Okay. Cinema. What's up? So what if I tell you that I haven't slept yet? Huh? I've got a shower though. What if I tell you that I haven't slept yet? and if you go to max roll and you check Primalist, Beastmaster, I have a build for fucking every company. Hey, if you want to know if a guide is updated or not, you can just filter for season 3 here. Like if you go on the guides, or you can just literally type 3, right? Or season 3, and it would tell you the ones that are season 3, okay? So we have a few already updated, as you can see. So a lot didn't need updating, but we have up to all of this updated already. And Raptor, Bear, and Fistmaster. Yeah, these 3 are completely new, basically. So season 3, and season 3. These 3 are completely brand new. Also, I think who was I talking to about Marrow shards yesterday? Because there was a chatter. Are you here, Mr. Chatter, about Marrow shards? Because I went and did some research after the. If you're here, Chatter, I just don't remember your, like, again, I was completely cooked, so I don't remember who it was, and I don't want to say the wrong name because I have the different names in mind. And basically, the note on the note on you can tell I haven't slept. The note on Flay does proc Marrow shards on single target, so I got confirmation of that. The targeting, it is a bit weird, right? Because it does look for an extra target, but it does trigger when there's a single enemy. So again, I was completely wrong on that. So we will gear accordingly. And yesterday after stream, I was so tilted that I've actually archived that seal. And it turns out I'm a retard. Because I forgot to read something pretty important. Which I guess we're gonna fix today, maybe? If it loads. Okay, so apparently I misread that seal. Well, no, I didn't misread it, but I didn't. Apparently, this note, Tachycardia, thanks to Amun, who messaged me this. Tachycardia, if you press Alt, that seal does not need to be active for this to effect to occur. Which basically means you can have dead waves all the time. Which is actually pretty interesting. You know, hey, I was under stress. I was shocked. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah. How did I had 400 people in my chat, 500 people, and nobody said this to me? So this basically means that if you go full cooldown, rip and abate, you will always get a death seal, a death wave. And because we don't use these points or these points, I think we could have a lot of free points to do other shit, like get damage that we lost. And I think this node, I wonder how this works with Marina's Last Souls. Because I would suspect that now you can get to 20 stacks of Damned. But I think it's how many stacks? It's 20, no? Maximum damage, yeah, it's 20? I'm completely cooked, guys. I don't give a fuck, I'm gonna use the calculator. It's 20, okay. So we need to see if we can get 20 stacks, because that means you only need 1 point here, because there's no point on more. Yeah, exactly, Zakar. There's big tech to be done here. And basically what this happens is like you always have the dead waves and then you have a flame ward on top of it. I mean, it's still kind of fucked that we lost like all the tankiness, but we don't need this anymore. It doesn't do anything, which is really good. We still need, unfortunately, we still need these points. But I mean, it's pretty good, you know. Now the question is, what the fuck do I do here? Because we can do Hungering Souls damage, but I need minion bullshit. So I'm probably gonna do Hungering Souls when I'm leveling. Because it says because if you read the alt, the effect persists, right? But I don't know if I like this. I think this is gonna be my leveling points, for sure, because the early crit chance. And now we get flat crit here early, which is actually really powerful for leveling. So I'm thinking, you kind of want to get the poison chance, right? And I think you do this, basically. And, I mean, this is not even looking half bad. I wish they scaled against bleeds. But you cannot change that, sadly. Duration is not even that important now. Do I even grab duration? Who gives a fuck, no? Let's just go full damage. It doesn't give me anything. Like, this is giving... Maybe I do it if I don't have extra points, but... Full damage. The problem is that there's not that much more damage to be grabbed, so maybe we do grab it. One armor on release is not horrible either. And physical damage is not bad either. I don't get it. It gives 1.2 duration for 3-second duration. It's nothing? Yep. It's absolute dog shit, yeah. I don't even know what those points exist, Abux. What do you think about the combo of Architects of Astral Blood and Uncorrupted from its uncorrupted form? It sounds pretty strong, and if you can make dots bypass ward as well, I'm in love with this combo. Yeah, it should be strong, yeah. Oh, absolute banger song. Okay, for those who just got here, I actually didn't sleep, and I did all the Beastmaster guides. You can filter for Season 3, right? So you can see the Season 3 builds. Eventually we're gonna update everything. So I did Bear, Earthquake, Sabertooth, Upheaval, and Raptor pack. And I had this kind of pre-planned because that's what I've been playing before patch, and nothing really changed. Is raid build still alive? It should be, yeah. Nothing really changed for that build. Nothing really changed. It'd still be alive. If anything, it should be better now that you get percentage crit per int. What is gonna be the strongest? I think Bear is gonna be the strongest. And what leveling, they're all gonna be pretty meh, honestly. Because the problem is like the reason why these builds are strong. Oops, I clicked on the one build that is not a minion build. The reason why these builds are strong is because, okay, early game you don't really get much, right? Strength, HP, tuku, right? You don't really get much. And then here you start getting stuff, but then you gotta go back to you know, like let's look at the progression of this build, for example. Okay, I'm playing. Okay, I don't even have a bear yet, right? Okay. Unlocking bear. I unlock bear there. Okay, I unlock earthquake here because you need to unlock earthquake. And now I start putting points. I don't even have aspect of the shark yet. Like I don't have attack speed. I don't have anything. I don't have aspects. Okay, defenses plus companion. There's big power spike there. Until you are here. Until you are here, you're actually the build doesn't really pop off. So again, we're talking, you know, fucking 75 points for this build to start popping off. But the problem is, like, from here to here, every point is more damage. Every time you do this, is more damage. And also the problematic thing is, like, in order to getting crit is kind of hard. I wouldn't recommend playing this build before you get your crit solved. Yeah, but I mean, people are asking for leveling, right? So would you level a build that is not usable till level 60? I wouldn't, right? Flay will be S tier. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be S tier because the current S tiers are just like retarded, you know? The current S tiers are different level. That's a bit annoying. I'll fix it. Actually, I'll go fix it now. I just saw a typo. If you guys don't mind, I'll fix this very quick. You guys can ask questions while I'll do this. It should take 1 second. I think I eat expired guacamole, and I think, again, I haven't slept, and I have only drank Monster for the last 24 hours. So this could be an explosive stream. Right, it should be fixed now. Okay, I need to go to the toilet, actually. Of course, the moment I open stream, you know, my fucking ass goes on fire. Ugh. Okay, luckily we had Reaper form on, so we had an extra life. We have an extra life. We do have an extra life. I got different questions here about. Okay, I'm gonna be honest here. I've been doing a lot of Minion shit and being on Discord with a lot of people, a lot of researching, all that shit, right? To me, it looks like Abomination is definitely gonna be broken, right? It's definitely gonna be a really good build, Abomination. Everything else, Necro, I don't really think there is a real reason to play it, honestly. Right. Nihilis and 2 red rings? That's normal though. Nihilis and 2 rings is... If you know what you're doing, those are not the hard items on the... In fact, for example, if you take a look at this guy's build, right? Getting this weapon is much harder than to get the red rings. Like, much harder. Like, much harder, right? No, it's not. Yes, it is. How many red rings do you have? Because I have hundreds, and I got, yeah. Well, so maybe keep listening to the stream. You know? Maybe keep listening. You know, take notes, and maybe you will get your first one. Okay. How much use for 1 LP? For 1 LP, it depends, because that's not how it works, Stranded. You get 1 red ring, and then you imprint, and then the imprints get you the LP. In fact, actually, I'm a bit of an expert when it comes to red rings, actually. In fact, if you go to my characters, I actually have a pretty crazy red ring on one of my solo characters. You like this one? So, yeah, red, you know, red, and again, if I look at my other characters, you know, all of these are solo characters, right? They all have red rings, all of them, right? Like, all of them have red rings. And the reason I have red rings is not because I'm like a giga gamer or something like that. It's because I just do what you're supposed to do, right? Like, let's just say there is a staircase, right? And here there is a door, right? So all you gotta do is you gotta go up the staircase and open the door and you're in, right? But what happens if instead of doing that, you start walking around and you never go on the staircase? And you're just going around. And then you go a bit up the staircase. And again, if you try to play basketball with your feet, it's gonna look like a very hard game. But if you start using your hands, so trust me. Yeah, red rings are not hard, and anyone who's telling you they're hard, they're gaslighting you, and they want to keep you dumb so they can still make content out of you, right? If a content creator is telling you that red rings are hard, they're either clueless or they're lying to you. Those are the two options. So yeah. Yeah, just prophecy, you know. But again, a bit of a tangent. I apologize. And by the way, Mr. Chatter, I didn't want to be disrespectful. You know, it's just an example of like, don't type something is not true, and when you don't know, like, it's all good, right? But I'm trying to like, I'm not trying to lie to you. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm trying to help. You know what your problem is? I mean, the game has many problems. But red rings are not one of them. And the point is that the planner we saw, like, the red rings are actually pretty easy. And if you want to know my honest opinion, you want to know why a lot of my planners have red rings? Because they are easy. Like, compared, you know, to what is possible in the realm of the video game, they're actually pretty deterministic items to get. You know, you get the item, you get 1 LP, you guaranteed slam, you're good to go. You know? But you don't need any corruption, Super Brother. Like, I play hardcore, I don't go past 300 corruption. Well, my hardcore characters have red rings. Like, and I can prove it too. Like, you know, like... 1 second. So again, like, because you gotta keep in mind, corruption doesn't really affect that aspect of the grind, you know? No, Super Brother. Like, if you wanted to compare, day 1 Mage Blood is easy compared to red rings. Like, day 1 Mage Blood is like 90 times kind of like more, especially on an SSF environment in PoE. You like, yeah, no. It's like saying, oh, just be a million. No. Like, again, like, red rings on COF, on average, this is average, they are 200k favor, right? My Smelter's Wrath build, yeah? At 450 corruption, Smelter's Wrath. Not Falconeer, not Warpath, not Erasing Strike, Smelter's Wrath. Farms 300k favor an hour. And I have a video about it and everything, right? Sure, you're not gonna get to this level of farming day 1, but I was doing this kind of farming below like 50 hours of playtime on my Smelter's Wrath. I said, oh, but Lizard, 50 hours of game playtime is a lot. Well, depends if you're a gamer who's gonna play like 5 hours a day, you know. Well, in 10 days you have it, you know. Like, it is very achievable. Or oh, you know, I only play 1 hour a day. Okay, and again, by the time I was doing this level of favor, I already had fucking 10 red rings, right? So again, trust me. If you can farm 200k favor, and like more or less, if you look at your favor and you say, okay, I've got 200, I have spent 200k favor before multiple times, on average, that's a red ring. And you say, oh, but that's not true. I've spent, I have spent like so much favor and I've never gotten it, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it does happen. You can get unlucky, but you can also get lucky. Sometimes it happens that you literally spend 200k favor and you get 3. That has happened to me, right? Where I actually, now that, I mean, might as well just fucking plug, you know. On my YouTube, I'm pretty sure I have a video about this, where I literally just explain how to do red rings. So I basically do the entire process of farming a red ring. It's in this video. From rolling the prophecies, spending my favor, to getting the red ring. And it's 15 minutes. So I started the video and I said, I'm gonna farm a red ring. It's 15 minutes. So you know, sure, you know, you may not be as good as me, you may not be a super skilled gamer. Okay, let's just say it takes you 5 times the amount of time, or it takes you 10 times the amount of time. You're still gonna get it. Okay. So again, and this is I do this on every character I play, so it's not like you get lucky once and then you're fucked, right? This is, and everyone in my chat can do that. Like for example, I'll give you an example, right? But if we go to max roll and we take a look at the weekend events, we do weekend tournaments, right? We can see the events here. We did the search tournament, which I couldn't really play. Right, let's take a look at the results. We see these people. These tournaments are 1 week long. 1 week long, right? And we can take a look at the ladder here. And if we click on what gear these people have, let's see what these guys have, right? Just looking at some of these guys. Like the 4 top people, right? Okay, red ring. Red rings. Red rings. Red ring. This is a 1 week tournament where some of the guys are not even level 100. Yes. I don't think I'm a super bad player, but I think I'm doing something wrong. I mean, it's actually very, very simple. You spend all your favor on prophecies. That's it. You follow what I do at the beginning of this video. That's it. It's not rocket. Like, there's no farming strategy, sextants, fucking mapping, juicing. You literally just go into the thing and you buy rings. That's it. I promise you, like, and anyone who's telling you otherwise is trying to like gatekeep you because they, you know, it really pisses me off how like some content creators want to keep players dumb. Just because the content creator can't do it or it doesn't bother to learn, it doesn't mean you can. So stop listening to people who treat you like you're a you know. Yeah, no. Who's that? Many people. I've seen so many people like saying, oh, I'm not gonna include a red ring because, you know, that's not accessible or whatever. Huh? I mean, and again, it's like, if you go to our guides, again, you go to Bear Beastmaster, bro, like, of course, this is gonna be pretty advanced, this is gonna be crazy, but you also have starting gear. Like, if you can't get this gear, and the builds are tested with this gear too, right? And like, you open up the planner, and this fucking planner on starting gear, you know, has fucking 4k health, full reses, 80 strength, with literally, doesn't even, like, bro, like, and I guarantee you, this build like this, without any of the fancy shit, literally can do the entire game, you know? So, what lenses? Depends on the patch, but I normally do double cost, block mono, but it depends. So yeah. So from the info I got so far, I mean, Necromancer looks good, Abomination looks good, Misha and Terek are kind of looking at it, and so far they are leaning towards they're leaning towards the bow thingy, like the arrow thingy, and Stomp could also be pretty good. But the bow seems to be the best, like in terms of DPS, but maybe we'll see. Like the, you know, the astral thingy, but we'll see, you know. We also have a lot of questions because we've been asking Mike things about snapshotting. And we don't really know what is going to be snapshottable and what not. We know gear is not snapshottable, but we know minions might be. For example, we've been told that you can snap, like, you can, we've been told by Mike, I can actually share the screenshot, right? How do I do this? Okay, so Mike has said this, right? Where he says, what happens if I unspec a minion that is already absorbed by Abomination, right? Unspecking the minion doesn't necessarily affect your Abomination, but the example, if you absorb 6 mages and then do something that causes your maximum mages to fall below 6, your Abomination would implode. But what this means is, like, you can, for example, spec skeletons, right? Spec all the HP nodes, because Abomination absorbs based on the HP of the minion. Make a super tanky Abomination, unspec your skeletons, right? And then spec Infernal Shade or spec Dread Shade. So there's still gonna be snapshotting for this build, but it's gonna be skill snapshotting, not gear snapshotting. I want this to be very clear, and I think on the depths where they have only fixed one type of snapshotting. And again, I don't think it's going to be necessary to do this, but do you want to be 30% stronger? So can you explain why Volca has a red ring on aspirational and not an endgame setup for this just because he has haste on the relic? Yes. Yeah. It's not, and he doesn't have the attributes. Like if we go to Void Knight, right? He doesn't have the attributes, that's the problem. But that build really struggles with attributes. You can't really build them. Like if you look at this build, right? On endgame, okay, how the fuck are you gonna get your red rings? With 36, like, you know, you're 100 off. But once you go to aspirational, you know, you start getting all these items that have like base strength and the all attributes, and then you can barely get it, you know, considering you high roll everything. So there's a lot of builds that the reason you don't do red rings is not because you don't want to, it's because it's hard to. Otherwise you would, right? So that's another thing you have to pay attention to. That's, for example, why if you take a look at the Beastmaster builds, you're gonna be like, Lizard, why the fuck are you going Clever Solution? Because Clever Solution guarantees that you're gonna have red rings. And it also gives you damage with the T-Rex. But mainly, it's because it gives you the, right? And the same goes for Bear, etc. It's just solving your attributes so you can pivot into red rings as soon as possible. So you can still snapshot. You can still snapshot some things. We'll see how much. I don't want to say something until I... Can I get a boiling? I mean, you have the full written guide. I've done 3 guides so far. I didn't sleep. So we have, for Beastmaster, we have the Raptor Beastmaster. We have the Bear Beastmaster. And we have the Sabertooth Beastmaster. And this one already has a build guide, which I should link, actually, in the video. On my YouTube. I'm sorry, guys. I haven't slept. It's fucked. Right? Fucked. It's absolutely fucked. Yes. Second. I'm working on the Frog build and it's looking cracked. I mean, the Frog is gonna be interesting. It depends how... I'll take a look a bit at the scaling. They get like damage per level and it's gonna be interesting, but it all depends on how is their animation. What do they do? Do they have like... Because the helmet has AoE. I would assume it has AoE because they do something AoE. Maybe they do like a Giga Frog attack or some shit. But if they do like auto attacks, you know, then I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Also, I'm kind of... I think it's very dangerous at the moment to make builds that need like a primordial unique, because we don't know how hard they are to get. We know, actually, we know one thing. For example, on the wolf, where is the build? On the bear build, on the raptor build, sorry. On the raptor build, work now. On the raptor build, we know this amulet is very easy to get, and we know it's 1 in 4 of LP, because apparently this amulet drops every time you finish a beast. So you potentially can get this, you know, in the campaign basically. Right? It's a guaranteed drop from finishing up the beast mechanic. It drops every time basically. So you would see like, why is this, for example, you would watch the planner and think, why the fuck is this item on starting gear? And again, keep in mind, how do you know this? I data mine. I look into the game files when I can. I look into the databases. I look into the tooltips. I work. I research. I know it might sound crazy, but I wasn't sleeping. Like, and then suddenly, wait a minute. You know, I am not pirate software. You know, I am not a hacker. You know, I did not work at Blizzard. So I actually just go and fucking work. And that's how we know, pretty much. The punch notes mentioned something about it, I think. also. Data mine, well, I mean, we have access to the data mine already. If you go to Tank Labs, right, for example, you go to Tank Labs, you have all of these things that are new. For example, you want to see all the tiers of tier 8s really quickly. You want to see all the new uniques and if I filter for primordial, there it is. You want to see all the legendary potentials. You want to, like, these things are not in game. You have to go do research. The same goes for affixes, right? You want to see all the new affixes. You want to see the tier 8s. You want to see, like, you have all of this here. You want to know, for example, oh, there's a new element, right? For example, there's a new element. Let's see, elements. Oh, let's see the elements. Oh, there's a Aberoth boss guy. I have never fought Aberoth. Oh, what the fuck? What does this do? You know, you can snapshot things before the game is out. You can research things before the game is out. So that's what basically you do. You have new Wuben Echoes. It's gonna tell you what type of monsters they have, what objectives they have. Like you're gonna have everything, right? It says the effect uses the same modifiers as the beast. Yeah. Basically, you kill a beast and then it drops. And then, I mean, there's a lot of things that you can data mine. Like, I've seen a lot of things that are not publicly published yet because they're not ready to be shared. But I know there's a list of all the beasts that you can get, right? Again, you want to see what the campaign is? You go to quest, right? You go to fucking chapter 10. Hey, you want to see what the story is? There it is. So if you want to learn things, there's tools for that, right? But again. Do you think the Raptor build can boss? Yeah, for sure. It can already boss. The reason you didn't play this, the Raptor build before, is because it was kind of weak and it needed a lot of levels and it didn't have single target. Like, I'll give you an example. But if we take a look at Raptor, right? Before, this multiplier didn't exist, basically. This multiplier scale, this was like a on kill damage. These multipliers are now accessible always. This didn't give you more damage, right? The rampage. These nodes didn't proc like the way they proc. This node just killed your fucking raptor, and now it won't kill it. You didn't have base crit. There's a lot of things that these builds were already pretty good, but now they're like really OP. And then a lot of these builds I already played, so I was super familiar with them, right? Like I have a lot of these characters already. And no, like for example, I'll show you what I did, for example, for the bear, right? I've been talking about bear, like for how long, you know? To give you an example, these are all my testing characters, right? All of this. These are basically all the builds in the game I just have in my stash, all of them. So if there's a change, I just log in and I test, right? So, like, I want to see squirrels. Like, I go to Primalist, and let's see, oh, I have it. Nice, you know? And, you know, I have everything. I think I have 222 characters on offline. Again, you want to test the bear. Basically, you kind of like adapt to your tree. You know these extra points are going to go into these points that I can't get yet, right? And you just go test the dummy and see what happens, you know, and you do a bit of math, and the rest is history. But yeah, what were we talking about? Okay, I have to fix this very quickly. Let me fix this very quickly. I'm working, I'm sorry. Can't really do this while I'm streaming, but if I find a mistake, I'll just fix it. Okay, good. Okay, there's the chat is going kind of, there's a lot of questions, a lot of topics, so I'll try to go over everything. Okay, are you making YouTube bits for all the builds? It's a bit tricky because you can't really provide footage, right? Because we don't have access to the game. So I mean, I'll do some. Why can't you do this? Because I'm on the back end of Maxroll, like, you know, with WordPress and stuff, and I have a NDA where I cannot share that publicly. So it has to be on my second monitor. Not because I'm doing... It's just a fucking Word document where... But it's just, you know, I can't share it legally. Like, nothing that... You wouldn't... You would just see, like, a Word document, right? That says what you see on the website, but, you know. When the guides go live, we already have guides live already. Like, again, like if you type, if you go to guides and you type season 3, you see the season 3 tag. All of the season 3 is updated and ready. So we have quite a few already updated. I think by Monday we're gonna have most, and I think by Monday we should have a tier list that might be semi-accurate, you know, unless we miss something really retarded, right? Does stuff like Calamity? No. It's only global. It's hard not to play Berquake. Yeah, Berquake, I mean, I've been calling it since patch notes, right? Like, I think that's the best build. For me, like, maybe it's not the best. I think there's gonna be things that outscale it eventually, like Warpath. But do you, like, Warpath is kind of rough early. You need a lot of gear for it to feel... Like, basically, Warpath is like this, right? Like, Warpath is like... Warpath is like this. It's like fucking sucks early, then you can get enough mana, and then you do, and then boom, you know, and then you go from like 1 million DPS to fucking 200k somehow, you know? It's crazy. When I tried MG, I highly recommend staying away from MG unless you really, really like it. I just think the game is more fun in COF. You have agency over your own items. You're not going to get frustrated over duping or RMting or, you know, exploits. Like, you just do your own thing. You focus on your own progression. You get what you deserve. The game is fair. It's really well balanced. Like, if you play COF, I think if you switch, you just don't. And it's honestly, I think it's extremely OP. In my opinion, was class rules the patch? Minions and Sentinel. I don't think much changed, honestly. I mean, I don't think much changed. If we take a look at the tier list, it's not updated yet, right? But I think a Racing Strike's still gonna be where it is, basically. Nothing really changes. Warpath still. This one is gone completely. But I think this one will go up, basically, because I think we misjudged how good this build is. Warren Sentinel, same as before. Judgment still top. Nothing changes, basically. It's just gonna be a bit... You're gonna have to Vengeance a bit more often, but nothing really changes. Ballista should be stronger than before. I think this build, the mapping should stay the same, but the bossing dies, I think. So the version with traps, you know, where you do Umbral Blade damage and stuff, this version, I think, basically doesn't change. But the bossing... I'll update it, right? There's an extra point now. But the bossing variant, it's dead. You know, like the builds from YouTube, those builds are... I think there is potentially a setup with Bleed using these nodes. This build was already played last season. I think potentially you can do a lot of damage with this, or with Harmony or something. But yeah, kind of have to wait and see, honestly. I'm probably just gonna wait for the Chinese to see what they do, and then I just yoink it, you know, and or make it better or whatever. Which is easier if you just want good gear. If you want to min-max, you have either to be a top group player or play COF. Yeah, I mean, there's things that you straight up can't buy, right? If you want to buy a red ring on MG, like, you straight up, they're literally not for sale, right? They don't exist straight. And if I wanted to, yeah. And keep in mind, to be honest, we can't really judge how MG really feels. Because there's always been gold, like, each season has had a problem with duping or with gold exploits and things like that, and RMT. So until, hopefully this season it doesn't have it, and then we will see. But I guess I'll explain it very quickly. But basically, you have this guy, and then you have this guy, who happens to be Chinese, right? And this guy, somehow, while he's sleeping, right? Somehow he's also playing 20 accounts of last Epoch, right? It's just very talented, basically, you know? And basically, this guy, who's like playing normally, finds a good item, right? He finds a good item, like a 2LP World Splitter, right? Like, well, I'm not playing a Racing Strike, I'm gonna sell it. This is day 1 of the patch, right? And Mr. Chinese, right, goes like, okay, I'm gonna buy it for 500,000 gold. And this guy, right? This guy is like, what the fuck? Yo, I'm rich. What the hell? And now this guy is rich. So now people have seen, hey, this sold for 500k. Where this 500k came from, I'm gonna sell mine for 500k. And now the Chinese guy is not buying it for 500k, he's buying it for 1 million. And, you know, fast forward 3 hours, and Chinese guy can afford gold cap, right? And this guy who sold early is also gold cap. And he says, well, I'm not cheating, you can definitely get rich on MG. Like, well, the only reason this guy has billions of gold is because he sold to the Chinese guy, right? If the Chinese guy didn't exist, this gold wouldn't exist because there's not enough people playing generating the gold. You know, it's like if you imagine you're walking down the street and then fucking mafioso walks to you and says, hey, you, you, those shoes you're wearing, $1 million. And you say, okay, you know, and then you sell the shoes for $1 million. And you say, Mom, I sold my shoes for $1 million. Your mom is going to tell you, are you going to go to the police? You might be in trouble. It's like, no, I'm just a great businessman. I'm just great at trading. Bro, maybe Mr. Mafioso, you know, kills people for a living. Maybe. So that's basically what happens. 99% of the player base doesn't cheat. But the gold of the dupers, which is a very, very small minority, create these kind of problems, you know. And again, hopefully this season it doesn't happen. But, I mean, hopefully, right? But, yeah, we'll see. Alright, I guess we can do like a quick kind of tier list thingy. Okay, so I think this one stays the same. This one definitely goes down. This one stays the same. I think this one stays the same, honestly. This one is dead. This one stays the same, and this one stays the same, I think. And these two are dead. I mean, they're dead. I mean, you can't play them anymore. Like they're gonna get archived, right? So I think this looks like that. I think this one's, if I had to guess, it's going down. So I think this one's gonna go down. I guess I'll just give it an arrow. Otherwise, this is gonna get messy. This one goes down. This one stays. I think this one goes up. And for someone in the chat who asked, am I racist? What? If you think that drawing is racist, maybe you're racist, you know? No, I'm not racist. In fact, I'm married to a you know, Colombian person, and I'm Caucasian European, so no, I am not. If I have to explain that, what the okay, guys, stop the Lulu, okay? You know. Okay, Smite Boy Knight. This probably will go down, honestly, in comparison to what's gonna be out there. I'll have to talk to Volca. I think equal. We get another color for equal, maybe. Yeah, fuck, well. I guess I do it like this. I think Rife is going up in damage. Spanish at home? Tell that to the Latin Americans. That is racist. You're saying that the Colombian and the Spanish is the same thing? I don't... Actually... Shield Bash... I think stays the same. Tornado... Bro, Tornado is going up for sure, no? And... Tornado's going up, especially with the new stuff. I think these builds were better. His Tornado Snapshotting in Arena was a bit retarded, but as builds, I think these were better. I think Totem probably stays the same. I think this one probably stays the same. I think this probably goes up a bit, but I don't know if it goes into S tier territory. This one's for sure gonna go up with the new setup. I think this stays the same. I think this probably stays the same, honestly. Really broken, but really tedious. Maybe up. Maybe probably overall, the upper echelon is worst, but the without being annoying, it would be better, but it would be worse than if you were annoying. You know what I'm trying to say? Like if you fully snapshotted, blah blah blah, it's gonna be worse than before. But if you didn't, it's gonna be better, if that makes sense, right? So the floor is rising, the ceiling is lowering. So overall, maybe a bit up, like asterisk, I guess. We'll see. Heartseeker, to be honest, I think it's going down because we're changing our we're changing our parameters. We're gonna be more strict. So I think Heartseeker goes down personally. Like you can't have Heartseeker next to these builds. Heartseeker is like, it was good while it lasted. Nobody's playing Heartseeker this patch, is what I'm trying to say. Hail of Arrows, it's a pretty good build, but it's it can't compete versus this ones. I think it stays. It's a really good build, but I think that one goes down. Again, it's just in perspective. I think this one stays. I think this one goes up with the gloves. This one, to be honest, probably goes down, actually. Didn't get anything. I think this, very similar. Oops. It was already a pretty good build, but compared to the other minions, no reason to play it. So probably for that reason, stays here. I think this one goes up slightly, but I think it stays in B. Rife is just better. I don't know, maybe up, asterisk. Gotta test. Yeah, maybe go up, actually. What am I saying? It has some good damage setups. But again, would I play this season over this? No. This one goes down by quite a lot, actually. Equal. This one probably gets archived on straight up, unless we find something, or the Chinese find something. I wait for the comfy 3K video, you know. That's the Glacier goes up. Little Mirage stays. 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 And then from the new shit, what is new? What is this? I don't know what I'm doing. I'll write, I guess. The new stuff, EQ Bear for sure goes there, right? I think Sabertooth. It's definitely not on the. Even though they might be on the same tier, there's a big gap. Sabertooth, Master, and then I think Raptors are probably A. And is there more things? I'm thinking. We'll see with the Lich stuff. I think Lich is gonna be overall. And we have the Chaos Bolts. I think it's gonna be A. It's gonna be really tanky for really nice, but Scorpion probably gonna be also A, like the Maelstrom Scorpion. And Wolves probably remains B in comparison to. I wouldn't play. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe if you go full damage, maybe Wolves can be there. But again, I wouldn't play any of these builds. I wouldn't. The only pack build I would consider is Raptors because T-Rex. In fact, if you go to the guide, the number 1 pro is pros, dinosaurs. So I mean, can you argue against that, right? If you actually think about it, you know. Can't really do that, huh? And then what else? I think Flay Lich mana is gonna be probably here. Flay. Definitely not S. It's gonna be pretty good actually, but it's not gonna be S. You're not gonna get to the damage these builds get. And it needs a lot of gear and stuff. And then you probably have Infernal Shade Necro here. But it sucks to play. Shade Necro, whatever. Not a minion build. This build needs the set though to play nicely, in my opinion. Mana Flay strongest Lich build? I don't know yet. I think I think Poison's probably the best. Chaos Bolts, Lich, but we'll see. It lost quite a bit, so we're gonna figure out. Poison Lich. And again, there's gonna be way more builds like this, right? You're gonna have like Bleed, Warlock, and probably gonna be pretty okay. Like here. Bleed Hammers is going up a bit. We'll see. We have to spice things down. Because the thing is, like, all of the builds in this list are fucking good, right? Like, all of these builds here are, like, really fucking good. And you know, you always have, like, the... Max Roll doesn't have all the good builds. La 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 la. Well, I mean, we have all the builds that there's a reason to play. It's like, oh, they don't have multi-strike smite. Because... regular multi-strike is better, and regular smite is already good. So why if you want to play multi-strike, I mean, we could have it just for the fantasy, but it's on YouTube. Who cares? It's irrelevant, you know. Bleed looks superior at the moment, and no. I don't think so. Poison, for the sake of existing, Poison gets 400% more penetration than Bleed for existing, right? So, yeah, yeah, no. And again, then you're gonna have all the memes, like Aura of Decay, main damage, and all that shit. I don't think that's... I mean, you might be able to play it in Monolith and Map, but it's not that, like... It wouldn't be on the list, right? You can play it, you can have fun with it, like... But it doesn't make... I don't think it's gonna make the cut. Because right now we're cutting at 5 million DPS. So, for example, we're gonna be archiving some builds. We're gonna be archiving Fireball and stuff. On the Bleed, I have more life. How much life do you have on the Bleed? How much life? Because my current poison one... Okay, 5,500. Guys, you gotta be careful when you type in this chat. Because you're talking to an absolute degenerate, okay? Guess my life. Pre-buff. Pre-buff. So, you know. Lol, what? Case closed. Bleed is actually gonna be worse for life because you're gonna be locked behind a lot of uniques to do damage, where there's poison doesn't need any uniques to do damage. How do you have enough suffixes to cap reses like this? A lot of the times it's just being efficient gearing, basically. Like, you can gear very efficiently. If you want to learn how to do that, I guarantee you take a look at the starter planners on these guides. Like, for example, look at if you go into any of these guides, right? We're looking at Raptor. You go into Raptor, you take a look at the fucking at the starting planner. Look at the starting planner with no uniques. 3.7k health. Like, yellow gear, full rest, full endurance, full reduce crits, because I'm getting it from passives. It's not showing here. Yellow gear, you know? Just using the right implicits and being smart with your blessings and being efficient, and it's yellow gear. I have 100 strength. Look at this fucking character with yellow gear. And again, like, half of my yellow gear is like, would this character be much worse if you didn't have this? You know? No. Like, you lost 8 strength, who gives a fuck, right? So, what is the pen from poison coming from? Chaos bolts. I mean, I can explain it, I guess. Isn't the Spirit Exlium stuff really good for Tornado Shaman? Yes. We're for sure gonna have Tornado updates, yes. But you have... Obviously, you still have this. Everyone gets this now, right? With conversions. But then there is a thing called Poison Overload. And if you read what it does, it grants you 4% poison penetration, 4%, 100 stacks. I'm gonna do quick math here, right? I need some assistance. But 4 times 100, it's 500 pen, 400, oh, what? See, I needed the calculator. I knew it. Okay, I haven't slept, okay? Shut up. And then you also have this very strong node, which is increased poison duration. You don't get bleed duration, you get 56 duration, bro. You know how hard it is to get 56 duration on poison? And let's not... I'm not even gonna finish. And you have 30% duration here. So, just for the sake of existing, without any gear, you have 80% fucking duration and 400% penetration, plus the innate penetration of poison, plus the penetration from fucking Ore of Decay, plus you actually have good poison chance, and now instead of taking extra damage, you're gonna take less. Yeah. Now you take bleed duration from base 3. Okay, so you're gonna tell me you're gonna go into this? And what points are you gonna use to get here? Because in order to get here, you have to waste 10 points somewhere. So, again, I'm not saying those points are not good, but I'm just saying I don't have to do that. So, yes, you can get that stat, but I'm getting it without losing anything. You're losing some, like, you know, like when you make these comparisons between builds, it's not that some build is not good, it's just like the other build does the same, easier, better, stronger, faster, sexier, you know? The node right before is good, yeah, but you're gonna, again, you take a look into the thresholds, you're gonna have to give up something. You're gonna have to give up, again, I already did a bit of a flay thingy, right? For example, if you take a look at the planner, take a look into my planners, right? Again, this is completely placeholder, don't really look at it, right? And we take a look at flay, right? All right, sure, you can take these points, blah, blah, blah. You could take that point too, right? But okay, you're gonna grab these 10 points, right? Especially if you play bleed, you're gonna end up converting the chance with the gloves. So you will take those 10 points, you have to get them. And then let's see thresholds that you for sure want, right? Just thresholds that you want. I need this single point for something. Okay, you probably want this increased damage, because you're always gonna take this node, this node, right? Are you not gonna take this node, you know, this node? On that build, you actually don't take this node. On the bleed one, you would. On the poison one, you don't need them because you already have so much pen, right? Are you not gonna take this node for tankiness? You know, are you not gonna take that threshold? Are you not gonna take those thresholds? You know, it's a lot, right? And again, now you, woohoo, you know, like now you have 5k life, right? And you can only get, and so you're gonna get maximum ward with 100 in. So you have like what? How much ward effect? How much ward retention are we having here? Like less than 300, you know. You're not even gonna, you know. It's gonna. You have to get the primordial. It starts getting tough. It starts getting tough. It starts getting tough. Right? And then okay, we have the endurance. We have the reduced. We have this life, but you're running around with Winguards. Guess what? Guess what Poison Lich is running around with? Immortal Vice. You know? And if you take the bleed conversion nodes, then you don't have Immortal Vice. And if you don't have Immortal Vice on a Lich, your Lich, yeah, it's 4 times less tanky. If you don't have Immortal Vice on a Lich. So any Lich build that is not Immortal Vicing, it's already at a huge disadvantage by design, you know? I don't use it because Uber Average is hard to get in hardcore, yeah, but, you know? If you want to play hardcore, there's zero reason to go bleed then. Because if you want to go hardcore, what you can do is, for example, you can play something like this, because Rory, for example, played a version of this build on the Vision tournaments. Let me see if I find it. But my music is fucking trolling again. But if we go to the tournaments, we'll find the Lich one. But for example, you could play something like this. Not the results. You can take a look at Rory's character, right? And basically, Rory played this build I'm talking about, the Poison build. And on top of that, he had full block. 6k life. And, you know, like... And he can do that because he doesn't need the shitty, like, bleed uniques, right? And he had, like, Giga Ward, Giga Mana Take, you know. Like, this character is, like, for hardcore, 20 times tankier than this character, basically. Like, I'm not even trolling, like, 20 times tankier. This character, if you put this character into an EHP planner, you break it, basically. Like, and if you put Immortal Vice on top of that, it's like, you know, judgment levels of tanky, you know? It's really, really tanky. But, you know, again, I'm not trying... I'm just saying that I think if you want to go bleed, I think you probably go Warlock still, because Warlock has ways to support it better, because it doesn't have access to the Giga Poison chance on top and blah blah blah. And I don't know. We'll see. I have this build in mind. I talked with Volk about it. We'll see if I do it. We'll theorycraft some builds today. Some Acolyte stuff. Because minions are kind of done, basically. When are we doing Blastcast? We're doing it the 18th, so this Monday. Because Bina is coming back on Monday, so we'll do it on Monday. We're waiting for Bina, basically. Why do they give the patch 1 week earlier to tease? I want to play. Same. What do you think about Primordial Hem from EQ Bear? Which one? I mean, the problem is, like, this bear, you guys need to, like, this for the bear is so much damage. It's crazy. Someone was asking about Maelstrom. I don't know if you're still here. I completely sidetracked and I didn't talk about this. But we can do a bit of math on why Maelstrom and Tyrannosaurus and all that is so good for bear specifically. But Maelstrom, basically, with enough cooldown, especially if you start getting into the aspirationals and you get cooldown on your gear and stuff, you can get basically 1 Maelstrom per second with Warcry, right? And you can get 1 Maelstrom per second with Maelstrom, more or less. Let's deduct 4 Maelstorms on a 20-second period because of Warcry, right? So from Maelstrom, you're gonna get 3 times 24 Maelstorms. So you're gonna get 72. Actually, that's not true. You're gonna get 24 Maelstorms from just 24 seconds, because it's 1 per second. And then you're gonna get like around 20, right? From what is it called? From Warcry, right? Because you get a 4 less, you get 1 less per second, right? If you don't have any cooldown. So that's 44. That's 44 Maelstroms you can cast in a period of 24 seconds, which is the Maelstrom duration. And each one of these gives you 4 flat damage, right? So these boots are giving your bear 176 flat damage. Now, how much damage does your bear normally have? 20. And, you know, a tier 7 is giving you 30, you know? So these boots are giving me more flat damage than the entirety of my character, basically. The entirety of my character. And why is this so good also? It's because Earthquake has a 700% damage effectiveness, right? So, times 7. So these boots, and this is halved for Bear, right? Because he has 50% less damage. So you do the math, right? So I have 616 flat damage for my Earthquake with my Bear, right? On top of that, you know, he gets the 25 damage from this. He gets the damage from Berserk. He gets the damage from Aspect of the Panther. The flat damage, right? He gets the damage from the weapons, obviously. Start adding up. Like, yeah. Why Fist Convert for slow? Is it hard to find source of slow? Yeah, on this build, where would you get the slow? You don't want to use suffixes on weapon, because those are flat damage or penetration. Aspect of the Shark too. Aspect of the Shark gives you more melee. Like, most of it is more melee. Sabertooth is still the strongest pet? No, I don't think so. I think Bear is better this patch because of Werebear. Sabertooth is gonna be good. Like, I already played Sabertooth in the past. And by the way, these minions, you always play them melee crit. The only minion that you don't play melee crit is, in my opinion, or crit in general, is Scorpion. Everything else you go crit. How would you level a Lich in the coming patch? We're gonna find that out over the week. I'll do a bit of theory crafting today because I found things that I misread from the patch notes that I have to adapt. Abom is the best pet. We're talking Primalist. On the tier list I put it. Abom is going up. Right? Where is Abom? But we gotta see. But I think Abomination last patch was better than this patch. But it's gonna be nicer. Are poison skeletons viable? Yeah, and they got buffed, you know. I mean, from all the skeletons, like that variant of the build, I think it's, you know, the one skeleton build that got buffed, I feel. No, Zekar? Like, from all the skeleton shit, in fact, I would say most of the other ones actually got nerfed. You know? like all the solo, Roid Mage and all of those got nerfed. Wait, sorry, but Shark is melee and EQ is melee. Why did not take the multi? No, we do take the multi. What multi are we not talking? Are we not taking, Sarketti? Yeah, so solo, like, you know, you misunderstood. It's okay. Like, solo minions, I mean, an Abomination is gonna pull it off just because it has so much. It's just scales like crazy, you know. Oops, the other Abomination is gonna pull it off just because he scales like crazy. But I think, to be honest, Necro to me looks kind of, nothing changed, I feel. The early game is better. And the Necro itself is better. Like, you know, you have sustain options, but crit is gonna be way harder to get. You get a lot of scaling options, but they're all endgame options, like attribute scaling, not something that is the easiest. Like, the Dreadshade nerf is brutal early game for single minion. Building crit, it's not as easy as in Primalist, because Primalist is fairly easy to get crit, right? You have crit on Wolf, you have crit on Idols, super easy, like, and you don't actually give up on good stuff on your Idols, whether it's on Lich you give up on a lot of HP. I don't know. Since Gathering Storm affects the Storm Bolts casting directly, why do we pick nodes that buff Gathering Storm since we don't cast it like Rending Vortex? Since Gathering Storm affects the Storm Bolts cast indirectly. What build are we talking about? Are we talking about Tornado? Are we talking what are we talking about? Gathering Storms? I don't think I've used that on Tornado Shaman. Because they, I think because they're bugged on it, and it does. Since Gathering Storm affects the Storm Bolts cast indirectly, why do we pick nodes that buff Gathering Storm since we don't cast it like Rending Vortex? Well, they get cast through Tornado, no? No? What am I missing? And I'll have to take a look at it, but... yeah, you basically double dip on that. Yeah, I mean, that's the entire build basically. And I'm pretty sure on the Gathering Storm tree, there's just not much shit you can take, right? You take all the good stuff and then whatever. Terror Strike with new crit amulet can go S tier. I mean, damage wise, it's already S tier. So when a lot of damage gets more damage, more damage. No, that works. That works. The Storm Bolts are part of Gathering Storm. They're considered. They get the crit chance. I mean, that's the entire build, basically. You getting crit chance through that. That's basically the entire build, yeah. Alright, what else? Okay, shall we start leeching a bit? Shall we look at Lich a bit? Shall we start, you know, you should put more points into Bear Aspect Duration. It has a 2-second cooldown. No. Because I cast it on melee attack. Guys. I appreciate it, right? But what about this? Aspect of the board chance on melee hit. On a build that melee hits at 70,000 attacks per second. It'll be fine. You have perma bear. And your bear has it too. Well, all the minions get this for free. You just have this point in case when you go in. The reason you put 1 point here, I might as well explain this. It's actually not a bad question. The reason you put that point is so what happens now is like you can die before you activate it, right? So basically what happens now, 15 points, you need to unlock Earthquake. So you need the Earthquake. And the chill is nice too. I'll get it next patch, yeah. This is not the actual character. Oh, okay, so basically the reason you grab that the new point on here, this point, is actually what happens when you are like running away and you get hit. Then you will activate it. And now it's gonna be even better, because imagine this is an enemy and you wanna go in. Normally you would like go in and then attack, and then you have a 20% chance to activate it. But now you're gonna be able to go in, you will have it, and then by the time you know, that second is gonna make it so you don't get one-shotted when you land. Which you're gonna be very hard to one-shot to begin with, right? But yeah. And then the guy's just gonna do his earthquakes and it's gonna be chilling. Can you just respect after specking Q? No, they fixed that. And this build is gonna frack. Convert Maelstrom, you need physical for the swipe multiplier. It's explained, guys, read the guide. It is explained. What about Shark Effect after on Body and Helm? It's not worth it. You can't fit them. And you already have a lot of effect. Flake Chaos Bolts Planner. It's not finished. I mean, I can share it with you, but it's dog shit. Like, I wouldn't really look at it. In fact, I have to finish it. Because yesterday the dual wielding wasn't working, and I think it's working now. I think it's working now, right? I heard. Oh shit. Okay, let's finish this, I guess. I was thinking, I think we go Shred here. For sure. And then here what? There's the Necrotic thing, and there's the crit multi, and there's the mana. I think you probably have mana. You probably do this. It's a very easy weapon to get with, even for LP. I have 2 planners on this. I have a Giga DPS version for endgame, and I have the regular version. You could use any other primal if you prefer something else. I like this mask, but you don't have to do it. So I'll send you both. Maybe crit multi also instead of mana. I don't know yet. Shred is mandatory though. Yeah, saves a lot. You might even want to get Exalted Shred. And then here you would get mana, of course. I'll just have it, so I'll show it so you guys see it. And then here you get Int or crit multi. And then here you get Hybrid. And then here you would get HP. I don't know what I'm gonna do. By the way, actually I have to change something else here. Because we were talking about Marrow shards. Maybe I fixed it already, and I don't remember it because I was awake, but not awake. No, okay, I haven't fixed it. Okay, so this node, I got confirmation that it does work on single target. So we're for sure using Marrow shards. And I think you spec it something like this. Maybe if you use the boots, the skin boots, you use differently, but I don't know yet if we do the skin boots or not. Volka really likes them, so they might be on the guide because he's writing this one. But we're kind of like, it's very funny. Yesterday we sent each other the planner, and it was basically the same build. So you know the game is very deep, when that happens. So I think we're gonna have to find points here, but I don't know how we'll get them, honestly. We'll see. I don't know if this is necessary either. We're not getting the plus points, are we? I need to go plus Flay to Frozen. Because, I mean, Marrow Shards is gonna do more damage than Flay itself. So, I don't know. We'll see what I do with this. I still don't know. I still don't know. By the way, if you make a change of one of your variants and you want to change it, you can go this. You copy Marrow Shards here, right? It's copied now. And I can go here. I can go to the cogwheel and I paste. And then all the things get applied instantly, so I don't have to mess with insane technology, Do you think we can go only for Blood Explosion in Flay? I think so, yeah. I think so. It's a completely different build. There's no, there's not as much reason to scale mana in that build, because you wouldn't need, you won't have the problem with Chaos Bolts. But I think you can definitely do that. In fact, I think that's better for early game. I wouldn't play this build until I'm level, until I basically have the gear, if I'm being honest. Maybe how Marrow Shards and Bone Splitter targeting work? Yeah, I'm not going too much into it because I don't think it's gonna, I'm not putting the multipliers or anything because I don't think it's gonna be reliable. The Bone Splitter, so I'm going full Marrow Shards basically. Just for single target, and But we'll see. If you can actually target where they explode, it will be fucking giga. But I mean, it's not going to, right? So. Alright, so I have the planner now. Again, completely experimental. This one is... Until we play this shit, I don't really know what to say, honestly. And then... Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what I do. We'll see. Can we stay infinite Lich form with this? You can't stay in Lich form with anything. But... I mean, as long as you're lifestealing, you can lifesteal a lot, right? Like, for example... I'll show you an example that is pretty funny, actually, in-game. Send you my planner. I'll take a look. Is that the dead seal? I'll take a look. Ellie Tools, Amun. What are you doing, bro? Look. You're stuck in 2013, sorry. UI. Frozen Up Glacier Day? Yeah, that's a pretty easy change. Nordic, but yeah. Why not? I have to do it. Eventually, I'm gonna do everything till the patch drops, right? So, for example, I'm old and can't adapt. Don't tell yourself you can't do something. What's up, potato? Okay, so about Reaper form. Okay, so the first thing you're gonna need to understand about Reaper form is that Reaper form is obviously, you're always delaying, blah, blah, blah. You have a lot of drain life, right? This is going to be a bit better next patch because you're going to have the ward and all that shit, right? But basically, as long as you're leeching, you heal a lot on this class. And next patch, you're going to heal even more with this new point, right? Here. You're going to leech even more than this. So you can see, like, as long as you're doing damage, my Infernal Shades just keep going and shit, right? So you see that right now, I can turn it into Reaper. I could AFK for half an hour. And I would still be in Reaper form, basically. Because Infernal Shades, every time the Infernal Shade procs, I just get healed. Right? I mean, nuts, but do you Reaper form and take it off bar and put back? It goes on today? Yeah. It gets buggy though sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't and then it's buggy. Holy fuck, the daddy is here. Holy, how good is this game for ARPGs? For beginners, it's good. It's really good. I recommend going blind the first time. Hey, what's up? Daddy Rax is here. Holy fuck. Giga. Well, welcome everyone. I haven't slept. But, well, I don't think anyone at the Maxroll team has slept. But, a lot of people are asking, when are the guides gonna be updated? Blizzard, when are they gonna be updated? If you do Season 3, there is updated guys going live by the minute. Boom, boom, by the minute. You know? And I'm glad to inform you, Minion enjoyers. A bit of a self-plug here, you know? Might as well, you know. That man's gotta eat. We have... Well, I have. We have Sabertooth, Raptor, and Bear Earthquake already updated. And this one's gonna be pretty... Yeah, pretty... Can I curse? Daddy? And by the way, my Lich is still in Reaper form, just like I said. But what happens if we stop leeching?
Be well.
Bye-bye. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. We have a lot of things to think about. I have, by the way, while I was doing my builds, I was also watching at other people's builds to see what the fuck can I steal, you know? Because a man's gotta eat, you know? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, yoink! Or build now, right? And I haven't found fucking anything, you know? So can you guys... guys, I need ammo, you know? Asian community, wake up, you know? Stop mining Bitcoin and shit, make builds. I need the Falconeer update now. I don't know what to do. Jokes aside, it really seems like it's been pretty slow. I haven't really seen anyone, you know. Folks, yeah, but the thing is, Juice, we get the... okay, guys, I give you the... If you're gonna know what to do with Falconeer this season, you wait for this guy, okay? Comfy 3k. I mean, this guy, fucking last Epoch. It's so obscure, it doesn't even appear, bro. Maybe we find him. Okay, I found him. This is the guy. I mean, there is a reason I didn't find it, I guess. Like, oops. We wait to see what this guy does. He will appear out of nowhere one day. You know? So... Not even subbed? I don't know. I'm busy. I'm busy control C, control, you know? I'm subbed out, okay? So yeah. Yeah, I'm gatekeeping the info, guys. You never reveal your sources, you know? I could work at the FBI, basically. I am Jason Bourne, after all. So what are your plans, Rax? Do we have a plan? Like, do we have a plan? Does Rax have a plan? I think I was watching his stream the other day in the shower, because I don't know what happens, but every time I watch Rax playing Last Epoch, I'm in the shower. I don't do it intentionally, but as I'm getting naked, I check my phone, and Rax is streaming Last Epoch, right? I mean, some kind of astral connection between us. You know, people talk about the, you know, the red line that unites people. We're united by my shower, basically. So, you know, whatever. I'm gonna stop. I was watching him level Lich. And it was a pretty interesting... yeah, Lich leveling, it's not bad. You can be very fast on Lich, but it's tricky. It's tricky, you know? There's a lot of like little micro... Like, if you don't pick the right things, you really... Like, for example, when you level Falconeer, if you mess up the order of your fucking bleed puncture bullshit, like, you don't even notice. Like, sometimes I played Rogue and I didn't realize I didn't spend 3 points on my puncture and I didn't even notice, right? And with Lich, it's like, you really need to get every point at every point, blah, 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 you know? And if you do that, it's way more sweaty, basically. It takes way more effort and way more... just knowing what you're doing, I guess. But we'll see. There's a lot of changes too. Reblood should make the first zone and the 420 strat much better. You got a 2-4 today, but messed up badly. I did 0 damage for the last 30 minutes. I got a fix tomorrow and lower. Yeah. I mean, and that's not even the worst part of Lich, Rax. That's not even the worst part of Lich. And it's getting worse, less patch. I guess since you are here, I might as well inform, do a bit of an educational... We're gonna do on honor of Rax. Instead of the flashbang, we're gonna do the black one, okay? So this is Lich, basically. Lich, currently, right? The first 4 levels, you basically don't really... I mean, you don't really exist, I guess. Like, you auto-attack the first 4 levels. Then you get a Reblood spec and Wandering Spirits at the same time. And then you go Giga, right? That's getting nerfed. But this goes Giga. And then this is Giga. And then you get Spirit Plague. And Spirit Plague is your Giga clear, but very bad single target. And then you start doing this, you start doing this, and Spirit Plague starts falling off, and you don't really have anything to counteract it. Right? And this only keeps getting worse, until you get Death Seal and Hungering Souls. Which this normally happens at level 60. Last patch. Right? This, which is like between 30 to like, again, 30 to 50-ish. This is the Valley of Death of Lich. Bro. I don't know if you've ever been to a fucking Six Flags, but this looks like an inverted Six Flags ride, you know? Instead of instead of getting the, you know, like, instead of, it's an anti-roller coaster, you know? And the worst thing is that this is getting worse next patch, unless we fix it somehow, right? Now, what do I think is gonna happen next patch? The green is next patch, okay? Next match, we're gonna start really good because Ripblood has AoE, and that's kind of nice for the first 4 levels. But we're actually gonna have less damage on single target than before because the flat damage from Ripblood is getting nerfed, right? So actually, our early game until Spirit Plague should be a bit slower, but then we should basically. Actually, it should be slightly weaker, and then at 30, before the roller coaster falls, we're gonna fall a bit, and then at 35, when we can spec another skill, right? Oops. Before, on the previous run, you basically spec'd Bone Course or Transplant or something like that, right? It wasn't really normally I do Transplant personally until I do Hungering Souls and Death Seal. Just for speed and shit, right? And, you know, it gives you haste and frenzy, so you can more rip bloods, blah, blah. So they should actually. I don't like this. I think they should fall harder, basically. They should fall harder because your clear with Spirit Plague was already fucking broken. So this is gonna start falling a bit earlier, and hopefully at 35 we can pick it up with a specialization. We have different options, right? These are the different options. Basically, when we take a look at Lich, obviously, you're gonna have we're gonna have Reblood, right? So Reblood, I don't know what's gonna be the best case scenario. I think you for sure do this first, like we're doing. Then you probably put at least 1 point here, maybe. But again, maybe not, because you have Spirit Plague for AoE, so why would you get more AoE, right? I think you do this later when you drop Spirit Plague, right? Because you will need the AoE. And I think what I'm thinking is we probably go into this first, right? Because this Blood Tether, it's basically a 250% damage effectiveness, and it actually gets, it's double for Rip Blood, this damage, right? This is as doubled for Rip Blood. And Blood Tether is technically Rip Blood, because it's a sub-skill. So you should be getting the full damage for the Tether. Now, the Tether, it's a single instance. You cannot stack it, just like Spirit Plague. But it does get more damage per Blitz. And, you know, since you're attacking with Ripblood pretty fast, and if you get, you know, like, you should at least get, like, I don't know, like, fucking 10 stacks or something. And the question is, what do we do after? Like, this is basically, at least they should be, like, double dipping, kind of, right? You have an extra thing that goes off. It's like having another extra Spirit Plague going on, pretty much, right? And then after that, what I think you're gonna do, because this is already 8 points, I think after that you're gonna start pathing towards here. You don't really need the mana back yet, because nothing uses mana. So I think what we're gonna do for level 35, and I'm not sure yet, right? We're gonna go into this. And this, hopefully, because Marrow Shards, and we'll spec Marrow Shards at 35, right? Because Marrow Shards has a lot of damage. They are buffing the effect. Actually, they already buffed it on the planner, of course. It's 125 effect, and it will get the damage from Red Blood, right? So you're spamming Red Blood as you're casting this, and it actually has really, really good multipliers. And guess what? It applies Blitz, or the Blood Tether, and it also has 100% more damage versus Blitz. And on top of that, you actually don't grab this multiplier first. The first point on this ability, the first point, is 75% more damage. The first point. Which is on something that is happening automatically and it's double dipping from the flat damage from Ripblood, it is noticeable, right? And then after that, then you will go into this, and then you're gonna go into this damage, and you're basically gonna get all the damage fucking possible, right? There's a couple points with pretty good damage. You have crit and stuff. The crit is not that important early game, but that's basically the plan, right? You have another hit damage there. You max the hit damage, basically, and then you go into crit, right? Cannot pierce, always fed as. Yeah, but you don't care that it's not piercing, because you only want this for single target. Like, clear is not a problem, right? Clear is not a problem on this build, because you have Spirit Plague, you know, your Ripblood's gonna be fucking popping the fuck off, because after you get this, you can go into this for more AoE, whatever the fuck, right? You might want to go back into this so you get a bit more sustain. And the good thing is, like, by level 35, we're already Lich, right? You don't want to spec this earlier than that, because there is one downside to Marrow shards that I haven't mentioned that is pretty important to know. And is that every time you cast Marrow shards, you consume 9% of your current HP. 9%, right? And all of these nodes increase the health cost, right? 20% extra. This 20% is of the 9%, right? So it's not 20% of your HP, it's like 20% of the 9%, right? And this gets another fucking, you know, health cost. You can, you know, like, you normally get this, by the way, at this point. I forgot to mention before this. I would do this. I would do the hit into this, right? So basically, the problem you have with Marrow shards is that basically if you have like 500 health, every time you cast Marrow shards, you're gonna consume fucking 100, right? Or like 50 or something. So you need to be already a Lich, because Lich gives us a bit of life still, right? Yeah, you go without Pierce because you want it for single target for sure. Like, you for sure do. And again, it doesn't matter if you don't have Pierce, because for AoE you're still gonna have the splinters. And then later on I would do this, I think. But again, or you might go into the crit chance, because you're gonna go into building crit chance, so you probably just go this, and, you know, get as much flat crit multi, and all that, right? Now, we have a big problem with Lich, because again, okay, so what is our build looking like, right? We're playing some sort of like blood splattering. You don't want too many points here. Blood splattering, fast cast speed, mana gaining, orb creating bullshit, right? You're playing something like this, maybe. You don't really need mana yet, right? Okay, so you're playing this. This would build the last thing, I think. Right? And obviously you wouldn't have all of these points yet. So the question is, okay, now that I have this, okay, here we said we're gonna have Spirit Plague, right? Like we always do. And you always do the same. You go into Plague for the Giga AoE, into damage, into scaling per intelligence and frailty to not die in hardcore. If not, you can just go for cast speed, but I like this. And then the remaining points doesn't fucking matter, because you're gonna spec this shit as fast as you can. You can do defensiveness, you can do... it doesn't fucking matter what you do. You can do more damage, like you can max this, you can get cast speed, you can get... it doesn't fucking matter, right? This duration is basically better clear, because you can just, like, you know, leave them behind and they take damage. The cast speed can be nice, maybe. Like, again, it doesn't fucking matter, right? Okay, and then here you have Reaper always. And what you do with Reaper, the first 3 points go into this. I like having double dashes, so I put this point here into here, right? And then, basically you should get this before the last boss, you know, the Void boss, the Emperor Remains. And this is gonna give you 50% increased damage, 20% increased damage, 10% increased damage, right? So this, just specializing this thing is giving you almost 100% increased damage. And then after that, you're gonna... get this increased damage, very important. 120%. This you get this at level 20 basically, right? And then you get the cast speed, movement speed for Ripblood, more stacking, blah blah blah. And then the remaining points you can kind of do different things. I personally think the best thing is going into this for the. So you basically cap your Necron, your poison res free by the time you get to Monolith, right? And then the remaining points, since you're gonna be low life, a lot of people like going into this. I think it's kind of troll. We might grab... we're gonna have a lot of hits, so we grab the mark for that, and then we go into increased damage, because we lost a lot of increased damage from Death Seal, so you want to do that, I feel. And eventually, you know, if you have extra points, you max this or whatever. Depending on the build, you don't need the the mark for that, so you fully max this, right? Okay, so this is your build, then you do Marrow shards. And then the problem is like, what do we do after that? Because again, remember, okay, hopefully, at this stage, Marrow shards, right? This is Marrow shards, by the way. They're bloody. I went to art school, if you can tell. Hopefully Marrow shards carry this a bit, right? I'm hoping at least. What the fuck is this? That's so hopefully this is a bit okay, right? No, it's a bit of it's more of like a kid's ride now. Now it's not like fucking Six Flags. The question is, what the fuck do I do here, right? And until today, I didn't really know what to do. But I think now I'm starting to see the light. Okay? This is kind of what I'm thinking. We'll see if I do it or not. But I'm thinking... There is a passive, and this can be a bit troll. There is a passive, and they have added a new threshold. Where is it? Here. You might actually grab these 5 points here to get the Skeletal Vanguard on kill. Because the Skeleton Vanguards, you can get 3 of them, right? And they actually have 100% bleed chance. So if you have 3 guys, even if the minions don't do damage, they're applying bleeds. And they're applying bleeds for your Rip Blood, right? Or your Blood Feather. So early game, for late game, is going to be absolute dog shit, but when you're level 40 or whatever, this is going to be pretty noticeable. Having like 20 extra stacks is 20% more damage, right? Just from the minions, stupid minions, right? These 5 points thresholds. You completely ditch this endgame, by the way. This is only for leveling. And then what I think I'm going to do, since we have the minions for the Blood Feather, what I'm thinking is we're going to go into... We're going to start specking Hungering Souls. Like, I already did this. We're going to start specking Hungering Souls, but not using it. So we're still using Spirit Plague. And we don't even have this on our bar, right? We're using Transplant, we don't even have this on our bar. But we go into the flat crit chance, right? And the more damage. Actually, you do this first. You do the more damage first, and then you do this, right? And then you go into this point that gives you 50% more damage per 3 minions, which are going to be the Vanguards that I explained. And then you max all the more damage nodes, right? You have more damage here, you have more damage there. Or Reblood is going to start generating mana for us, so it'll be good. And this is kind of like how your tree looks. You can go into crit multi later, right? And now, when you get level 45 passives here, when you unlock Death Seal, which is what we used to do, you're going to basically do a complete switch from damage over time to crit. Now, in order to do this, you need flat crit, right? And that's why we do Hungering Souls. The reason you do Hungering Souls early is because Hungering Souls has 15 base crit. So just with your 20 base crit, and this 100% crit, and this 50% crit, you know, you're already at almost 50% crit chance without even wanting, right? Which is pretty valuable. And I think what we're gonna do now is we're gonna unspec Spirit Plague while the moment we unlock Death Seal, right? We're gonna unlock Death Seal, we're gonna spec Death Seal, and Death Seal previously is the cause of this power spike, right? This Giga power spike is Death Seal. The power spike is not gonna be as big anymore, because Death Seal used to give us 66% more damage, and it lasted 5 seconds. With like a 7-second cooldown or something, or 5-second cooldown, actually, right? So you basically had it half of the time it was up. But now, it's a 3-second uptime, no damage. It makes you very tanky. And it also gives you, it's a 10-second or 12-second duration cooldown now. 10-second duration. Yeah, it's just for Hungering Souls, yes. And the thing is like, well, but Lizard, I don't want to be casting Hungering Souls because I want to be fucking casting Rip Blood and Marrow shards, right? Yeah. So the good thing about Death Seal is that it has this node here that you now repeatedly cast Hungering Souls where you're sealed. Hungering Souls only cast one projectile, which we don't care because we're scaling for the big projectile, single projectile. Again, 100% more damage, 100% more damage, 50% more damage, 150% more damage, full crit, 60. It's a lot. Like, this shit crits for 20k, like at level 60, right? And without a lot of investment. The problem is like the fucking minions die when you're bossing, right? That sucks. And normally we were being carried by this node. This node gave us a lot of fucking damage, and we use this for the 66% more damage. Now you don't do this anymore because you don't get anything out of this. Normally you would go for the Death Pulse wave, and the Death Pulse wave would do a lot of damage. But I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go full Hungering Souls, because this basically makes it, you will go max duration, and then it says this. You're gonna be sealed for almost 4 seconds, 3.99 I think it is, 3.89 or something. You release Hungering Souls more frequently. Hungering Souls frequency, 100%. And it releases 1 in 1 second. This got buffed, it used to be 1.5. So basically you're gonna be releasing a Hungering Souls every second, right? Like bloom, 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 yeah? And you also have this effect, the Hungering Souls going on, at the same after the effect is gone. So if we're sealed for 4 seconds, we should get 3 seconds of Hungering Souls, which means we should, every 10 seconds, we should have 7 seconds of Hungering Souls machine gun, right? Which is more than before without the more damage. So overall, it should be less burst, but similar DPS, kind of, and without, kind of, we'll see. It's gonna suck, okay? And that's pretty much what you do. Until I don't know. until you go to sleep and someone figures out what do you copy, you know? Yeah, I mean, so I think this is kind of what I'm gonna do. And then after these points, I think what you do is you start transitioning into the death wave itself, right? You grab this point, you will start maxing. You will max this, right? If you got extra points or whatever the fuck. So for the rip cooldown, so every time you rip, you got a death wave. And then I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna start investing points into here, right? So you're gonna go into the dam stacks, and I think early you're probably just gonna cap it. But I don't know. Late game, once you have marinas, you only need 1 point. But eventually your tree will look something like this, I think. And this is base crit too, which is you probably do this early game. You do this, like you max this, and then you go into this and hope for the best, basically. In this order. It seems Flay or Warlock is better. Yes, Warlock is 10 out of 10 leveling experience. This is like not good. But I mean, you still can be fast if you know what you're doing. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. It's my favorite version. Yeah, I have that too. I have that helmet for sure. And I know, like again, I know there's ways to get the minion consumption. Eventually, what I used to do is I used to do bonkers, right? Bonkers for the minion consumption, but so honestly, again, currently with the shit version, I can get to empowered on hardcore in less than 5 hours on average. I think my last run was I did it like a week ago or something. I mean, I was like on stream. What is it? Or 449, right? To empowered. But you're gonna see, like, when you get to empowered, the damage it's rough. It is not Falconer. It's melee. You care about the melee, Serketti, on the Raptor. Right? It's a hybrid mod, right? Is Minion melee? Minion... Oh, fuck. That one is fucked. My bad. I'll fix it. It's a mistake, my bad. And what is the other question? What are my thoughts on Ancestral Pack Primordial? I have no idea what to think. It sounds good, but... And Clever Solution is for the attributes for Red Ring. And you get Intelligence, which gives you Physical Penetration, which is really good. That would be like 130 Intelligence is gonna be with this for the turn. It's gonna be like 30 pen, 30 more damage. And it's hard to get pen, so... You might even go pen on the weapons, by the way. Minion melee, Minion melee. Okay, this is good. I apologize, by the way. Thanks for reporting it. Okay, this one is fine. I mean, you can make it do spells with the fire conversion. It looks dog shit, but I could be wrong. And it is for cold metal Lich build. I have no fucking idea. Adjacent. I don't know why they're so obsessed. I'm thinking kind of dots, but I have no idea. Well, actually, that's not true. That's not true. I do have an idea. I was talking with Misha about this this morning. Basically, is you play a build like this, but instead of having 4k life, this is what you do, okay? You do this, and then you type Morning Frost. And you go fucking full dex, full dodge, full damage, cold damage per dex, ZHP, big damage, softcore enjoyer. We're probably gonna have a variant for those who want to do that. But that's basically the tech. Like you get cold damage. And you do dexterity intelligence scaling. You give up on your good gear, your tanky gear. And you try to build dodge, building around this node here, which is really good. Reaper, because of the dodge per intelligence and increased dodge per vitality. And then you have dex. You have something for dex, no? Dex. 2 dex per point. You know. But again, I don't. It sounds pretty. We'll see. It depends on how much damage Flay does. But that's basically that's the strat, basically. So yeah, going back to the Lich leveling. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much the plan. But I don't really know what to do afterwards, because I think this build, the Flay Lich build, I think this build is gonna be pretty solid. But the problem is, like, this build needs... You really want a Traitor Stonk for crit. You really need mana, and mana takes gear. And you really want this fucking axe. Otherwise, you can't sustain. So this is not a build you level with. You switch to it. Like, this build is gonna have, like... You need this item to play this build, kind of. Right? It's not a build you level with. It's a switch. You do at level 95 or whatever. So I think basically the strat is, like, I play this shit. Absolute dog shit. I hope it's not as dog shit as I think. Where is the rarity? Let's take a look. What is it called? Oh, Executioner. Rate bound. Oh no, that's the that's the affix. Executioners. 50%. It's not rare at all. It's okay. And there's not that many one-handed axes, right? So you have much rarer, no? I can take a look. Where the fuck is the simulator? Uh, 1 in 16. It's not horrible. No, it'll happen. By the time you get to Empowered, you have it with the runes. Unless you're giga lucky, right? I mean, the question is Bear, Raptors, or Sabertooth? I think Sabertooth is gonna feel the best in terms of gameplay. Because, you know, you go in, he jumps with you, you know, like fucking upheavals, fucking everywhere. Blah, 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 blah. You know, it's good. Actually, I can show how the Raptors, like how that guy is gonna feel. I have it. I mean, I cannot show you the proc itself, but I can show you how it should feel. It's gonna be a bit weird because, you know, you don't have the scaling. Game crashed. We'll launch it again, it's fine. If anyone is curious about this website, I'll link it in the chat, okay? So if you guys are new to Last Epoch, you're not familiar with the resources and shit, this is Tank Labs, is by a friend of mine and is a member of the community from since forever, basically. Has a lot of really good shit that you don't really farm. We don't really have this stuff on Marrow because it's very technical. You know, you have like all the monolith scaling graphs and all this bullshit, you know. If you really want to learn the nitty-gritty of the game and how things work and what are your chances to get the LP level if you're playing MG or it's a cocooned item or whatever, you want to learn the numbers of things, you know, this is the place, basically. Very important when you're planning builds to set up realistic expectations, right? Those legendaries drop in the story from Act 1 to 10. I mean, there's a lot of questions here. What legendaries? Like the primal legendaries, you have to buy on a shop. They made like, basically you have to kill Beast, which is a link mechanic like Nemesis kind of thingy. And when you kill them, you will, you know, empower them and shit. And the worse the monster is, well, the most powerful the monster is, the more shit he will drop, and eventually you buy them. You can basically make currency to buy them deterministically. Like you can just click on the item and get it, as long as you have the resources. Okay, so Sabertooth Beastmaster, guys. I already have a guide of the old patch Sabertooth. If you guys want to, it's on YouTube. And I've killed Uber Abaroth with this character, right? With just like, again, 1 LP items, nothing. I mean, sure, I have red rings, but it's literally, okay, I was not wearing that. But, you know, 1 LP items, blah, blah. And I did it on stream. And basically how this guy is gonna feel, I was theory crafting for the current guide, that's why it has more gear. But basically how this guy is gonna feel, like you're gonna be doing your Maelstrom stuff, like always. You're gonna have your saber, and he's gonna be going ham like always. And his tree is gonna be much different because they moved this into here, they nerfed this by a lot, and you're gonna spec into this, right? And basically what you do is like, imagine you're doing this, right? Boom, boom, boom. But now, this is gonna be happening while you do so. Right? You're attacking, you're attacking, you're attacking, you're attacking. And every, like once a second or whatever, because the guy, you see how fast the guy attacks, right? Tuk, 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 tuk. He has 20% chance to cast Upheaval. Upheaval is this. Right? So basically, imagine... This is basically the build, right? He's gonna pop off, and then this shit is gonna pop. And you know, it's gonna feel very nice to play. You know, he's gonna be going around, and but you're not gonna be casting, right? He's gonna be casting it. So you know, it gives you AOE, and he gets the multiplier. So like the damage he's doing right now ×2 basically, because this shit is, again, this has a lot of multis, like 40 more damage, 100 more damage, 40 more damage. Cold conversion, so you get this 48 more damage and this 24 more damage. And then it's very important, you have to use this bee idol. The bees die, and the bees give you the Frozen Vengeance, which gives you damage. You don't really need it to play the build, but you will be missing on the Frozen Vengeance multiplier. Just the Frozen Vengeance, the rest will work. And on my current planner, my Sabertooth has 36 skill points. So I mean, that's gonna be pretty fucking fun, you know? Is your Sabertooth guide strong? It's live already on Maelstrom. And yeah, basically that's how... Oops. And then, yeah, that's basically how you play, you know? You go ham. And you see the dummy, like, again, I'm wearing, it's not a crazy, and I mean, it's like 1 million crits, 1 million crits, 1 million crits, 1 million crits, and then imagine the upheavals on top of it. So I think currently this guy is like 30 million DPS with endgame gear, so I expect it to be like 40 next patch. You would want Dex on Sabertooth? I looked into it, but the thing is, like, if you do Dex, the problem is that your armor is gonna be very low. How does this clear? I mean, imagine he's gonna be doing this, right? He's gonna be doing this. Like, next patch, he's not doing it now. So what I'm gonna show you, imagine this goes off, right?
Yes.
You're gonna have a bit, you're gonna use a bit of imagination. But obviously minion builds, they're not as fast as... It's not your Falconer, you know? But again, the bossing, the tankiness, I think it's gonna be really worth it. Where's swipe? And again, this is 1k corruption. No, yeah, I don't know about a devil cat. Thank you very much. Okay, so the cat basically he attacks and he does like I have points that I have to spec. So imagine the line attack I described happening, basically. And you know, the Minion AI fix, and thank you very much, by the way, for the Devil Cat, cat, Mr. Cat, thank you. I have 2 cats in real life. I see, are those... What are those letters? They look Japanese. Did I get it right? Japanese? Any video on the Lich? Not yet. It's gonna be hard to make videos on that because everything's gonna be like super untested, right? Chinese? Oh fuck.
My brilliance is unequal.
Any new like broken bear EQ? Yeah, bear EQ. I think it's gonna be pretty strong. And again, if you want to see what kind of damage this does when it comes to like bossing or whatever, we can go do a boss. I don't know, Riot, 1k corruption or something. Because that's a strong part of the build, right? The bossing. We can do a Raya. Chance to dodge, really? Okay, we'll do something else then. We'll do A-bomb. Chance to dodge, no, it's really fucks the build, so no. Will you post 11? I probably upload the segment I just did on YouTube. Just like, you know, re-upload the bot where I explain what to do and so on. Maybe link a planner or something. Oops. I have muscle memory, I'm clicking the ability when I shouldn't. But now it's very important, the beasts are gonna die and I get the Frozen Vengeance buff. Again, this is 1k corruption, abomination. Without the buffs of next patch.
Pointless. All of it. I am undying.
And again, the cat is immortal, blah blah. And the bear is just gonna one-shot it, you know. What is this? Is Sabertooth. It's on max roll already. I've done over Aberoth with this, blah blah. Really good build. So I think the bear is gonna do... I think the bear is gonna one-shot it, basically. This 30 million DPS, you know, is really, really good. And, you know, it has potential to get... You know, you're gonna get the fucking... T-Rex on top of that, right? Blah, 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 you know, it's gonna be good. Can you show bear? Yeah, I can show bear. Build link, it's on Maxroll. I can link it, I guess. Or maybe Cheese can link it. Or if you just do, I mean, there's exclamation Maxroll guides or exclamation Maxroll, exclamation something. Okay, this song is a bit too cancer for that many people in chat. If you guys don't like the songs, on YouTube it's the same stream, no songs. If you wanna, if you just wanna listen and don't get ear cancer, so this was the Sabertooth Beastmaster. Now people want to see bear. So again, bear is a bit harder to imagine, but basically imagine. Okay, this build is for sure gonna be the best, okay? In my opinion. But basically, you have the bear. But, okay, normally the bear, it's for, like, 100k or whatever, right? But what happens if he gets Giga buffed? Okay, he's already doing 1 million crits. $2 million crits. And now imagine this, but every 2 seconds, he does this. I'm pressing Earthquake, it's not going off for whatever reason. But keep in mind, the reason my Earthquakes are not doing damage right now, right? My Earthquakes are doing like nothing. Actually, let's unsummon the bear so you guys can see. If I fully stack my shit, right? With Berserk and stuff. My Earthquake is critting for... Let's see if we get a crit on the third explosion. I only have minion crit, right? So that's why we're not getting it. $200k, I think it was. So, again, imagine this explosion. We're actually gonna not use these points. I'm gonna max this, because they changed the skill tree. So I'm missing 80% more multiplier. Hit the boss. Oh, sheesh. Shark is important. Not giving me crit, what? And I mean, this build without the fucking bear, this bear build without the bear is already doing damage that people make YouTube builds with this damage, right? And I'm not even using the build. So again, you see the tooltip, right? So the thing is, like, the bear is gonna get the Earthquake with all these multipliers plus the new Shark multiplier, this multiplier, the new aspect of the Shark idols. This multiplier, this crit chance, this crit multi. So I'm pretty sure the Earthquake is gonna hit the dummy for... Once you have full gear and he's like fully stacked and shit, I think it's gonna hit for 100 million more, like with this level of gear. You can probably get it to like 500 million easy if you go full glass cannon on the dummy, right? Which means it's like you're gonna crit the boss for 10 million crits on bosses. Pretty... I could see... you're gonna see screenshots of, like, you know, like mobs getting hit for like 2 million damage and shit. How much worse do you think is Werebear plus Earthquake Beer will be? Like... 25% of what this will be? Like 25% maybe? It'll be tankier. It'll be tankier, but you miss a lot. Because the problem, like, if you play... The problem is, like, if you play bear and werebear, okay, what do you scale? Because are you gonna build minion crit chance on your werebear build? It's just kind of rough, you know, you have to split. I mean, obviously you build strength everywhere. Are you gonna use Julra's Obsessions? Are you gonna use Tyrannosaurus Relic when you're playing werebear? And if you wanna play werebear, again, just go Tornado, right? Spell werebear. So, but I don't know, we're gonna have that build too. Because it's getting giga quality. I think it's gonna be interesting with the new stuff. And again, right now we don't have the earthquakes. And basically how it's gonna work is he is gonna have 2 earthquakes, right? Because he has 2 charges with a new node here. So imagine you have 2 charges of a bait, right? And but every time you Warcry, you get an extra charge of earthquake for the bear, right? So imagine the bear had 2 charges, but every time you Warcry, he would get 1 charge. So basically, what you will be able to do is like you would like send your bear to the attack with the new new aggression aura, right? So imagine your bear goes in and he goes earthquake, right? He has 2 charges, so he will use both charges instantly, right? He will do earthquake, and then you instantly will Warcry, so he gets another earthquake. But by the time he does that earthquake, he gets another charge, and then by the time he gets the other charge, your Warcry is off cooldown, so he does another charge, right? And the cooldown is coming up. He does an earthquake, and he does another earthquake, and my earthquake, he does another earthquake. Imagine every time I evade is an earthquake, and every time I Warcry is an earthquake, right? So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. Right? So you can actually you offset your cooldowns, so there's always earthquakes going on. And keep in mind, this is without cooldown recovery, right? I don't have cooldown recovery neither here, or on my idols, which is what we're gonna have on the macro planner, because this character is a bit, you know, I was just testing and then I made the planner. So yeah, and it doesn't use mana, right? So yeah, it's gonna be something. Why no aftershocks? Because you can't crit. And you wanna go crit. Because Bear has 12 flat crit and 100 crit multi that would go to waste. And it doesn't have more multipliers for damage over time that you're not grabbing. Because it makes no sense, basically. You want to go full crit, full damage, with full melee damage aspect of the shark. Because if you're not scaling aspect of the shark, your build is losing half damage, basically. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can play builds that don't do that. The same way, like, I mean, if you want to go from America to Europe swimming, I mean, you can do it. I'm sure, you know, you can do it if you just swim for 2 years. But you could also take a plane. So this build would be the plane. The other one would be the swimming. You know, as a... yeah, the difference in damage is like, again, it's like comparing a Ferrari to like a toddler. Swimming Lich? I mean... You mean upheaval is good? Well, it's gonna be good on Tiger. Sabertooth is gonna be good with it, at least. You know. Hey, what if I told you that your Tiger is gonna be better at upheaval than you are? Actually, and it's gonna be better at earthquake than we are too. Like, ultimate cack fantasy, bro. I'm pretty sure a single earthquake of this build is gonna do more damage than my entire Lich, doing a full rotation. It's gonna be great. Well, I'm not fully sure. It's gonna be 10 times the damage, like, actually. Does Bear benefit from aspect of the Panther inside swipe? Yes. The problem is you can't keep it up, League Boyd. I tested this actually quite extensively. Basically what happens with aspect of the... I mean, if you want to get more damage out of it, you can also. But I really think you need to go... You really need to go... Once you have it, you really need to go Peak of the Mountain. Because you're dual wielding and stuff, and it makes you really, really tanky. The difference between this build, using Peak of the Mountain or not using Peak of the Mountain, is going from 20k HP to like 80k. You know, it's like actually insanely powerful. And you're building endurance for the relic. You know, you're gonna be, you know, it's really like the Tyrannosaurus relic. It's really strong. So you're gonna see that, where am I? The problem you have with swipe is that the aspect, when you use swipe, the aspect of the Panther stacks, right? You see, the aspect of the Panther stacks, they only last 4 seconds, right? So what basically means is like if he has a swipe cooldown, right, of 2 seconds, but you reduce it by 120%, it basically means that he's doing a swipe every second. So if you emulated what your bear is doing with his swipes, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you see, like my aspect of the Panther for the actual, I'm basically, this is what the bear would get, right? Let's take a look at the bear, right? 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, right? So maximum, he's gonna get like 4 stacks, and that's why when you spec swipe, you do 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not worth putting more points over just going for the damage multipliers. And if you were not doing mana stuff for mana tank, you wouldn't need these points, so you could like maybe go more points into here, or... But these are basically the only important points. And you need to spec the bleed chance, because you need him to apply exactly... You want your build to exactly apply 30 stacks of bleed because of this node. You have this node here that it's damage per bleed up to 30. So you will see, hopefully, if my build works how I planned, my build should get 30 stacks exactly, more or less, without overcapping it. So I'm always getting the 30% more damage, but I'm not going 100 stacks that is doing nothing for me. So the character is optimized to also give you the stacks you need. You know, in a real scenario also you're gonna be juking, right? So you need to test that, are we gonna have 30 stacks no matter what? More or less, right? Which is very important. So you also... everything in the guide is min-max, everything is thought of. Yeah. But Reddit is gonna do it better. So maybe don't follow this one, you know, follow the random Redditor and he'll for sure... Yeah, pretty much. Just Discord experts, you know. And this fucker, I'm not even buffing him. He's critting for 300k. Like, I have seen YouTube builds that do less damage than this, sold as really good damage builds, right? Like, I'm literally AFK, the guy's critting for 300k. Imagine the fucking earthquakes, bro. He's not even buffed, no shark, nothing, you know? It's gonna be absolute nasty, like absolute nasty, basically. Look at him. Actually, can we see him? Can we make him twerk? We can. Holy. Shake that bit. How's the clear? I mean, currently it's not great. But I mean, you kind of offset with the damage, right? But in theory, next patch, the clear should be much better with the earthquakes. Same for the tiger with the upheavals. Right? You would, and the new AI and blah blah, right? all of these builds can kill Uber. You are not gonna see a build of mine that can't kill Uber Abaroth. Basically, I have killed Uberoth with this character. Like it's on my YouTube. Hopefully the new AI is noticeable and he doesn't do this shit, right? That is also a big point of like they're kind of, I think they're promising the AI to be quite something, but imagine if he does an earthquake and everything dies there, right? Depending on how trash the AI is, a lot of these builds are gonna go down in, they're gonna be less favorable to be played just because, well, no one likes bad minion AI, but I don't know. As long as he's going in and I go in with him, it'll be fine. I'll do a regular map. Wait, that works for EQ? Yeah, it works for EQ. But the problem is like, well, no, it doesn't work for EQ. No, it doesn't work for EQ because it's not a companion ability; it's a companion skill. The only thing that you reset is the roar, and the roar is useless. The only reason you use roar is to proc aspect of the Panther, and that's it. Sorry, aspect of the Lynx. That's why we don't expect too many points on Lynx with this character, because uptime is kind of bad, and I mean, he's gonna have quite a bit of cooldown, so... Now, the minions are supposed to teleport to you now and shit. But you know, this is 1k corruption with like damage mods and shit, and sure, I mean, not fucking Warpath. But again, Warpath is another level, you know. So the earthquakes, in theory, should make this playstyle. And the single target damage is gonna offset the downside of the mapping, I think. He got an acid flask shrine. It's funny. And it's not like it's... without earthquake, the clear is already like the worst part is the AI. I have to wait for him, right? But when he actually goes in, like, you can also do a lot of... Actually, we can start a big conversation about this. You can do a lot of things to increase your... I don't have it. But you can do a lot of things to increase your clear versus bossing. So, for example, when... okay, I mean... Basically, what you can do is, well, you can have two sets of amulets, right? And you can have one that has crit multi or bossing, and then you can have one that has area, right? And there's even regular area now, and you can do the same for the gloves. So if you give 40% area to your inheritance, if you have it, of course, and you also can give area to your Julras gloves, and you give it like, again, Tier 7 area, he will get that area, right? So he will use it. And yeah, I mean, I've done that before for mapping, having like different, you just change the amulet and go for it, right? But I mean, the biggest thing for this build for clear is gonna be the AI. If he's actually aggressive and he goes in and like, what the fuck is he doing, you know? Which is honestly the reason like a lot of people haven't played these builds. It's just because you have to deal with the AI and... But I mean, look at this damage. Like, fucking one-shotting everything. I'm not even buffed. And mechanically, it's just like a strong build, you know, because you have the immunity from fucking Warcry, you know, you have Cleanse on Warcry. You have the Bear Taunt for saving you in stupid situations. You have a shit ton of regen because you're just stacking strength. That's one of the reasons also you go strength instead of dex. Because otherwise you don't really have a lot of sustain with this build. Someone was asking about dex. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. But, I mean, would you play this, guys, would you play this when you can play what I'm gonna show you? Did they fix Reaper? No. Reaper is exactly the same. Or, guys, or we could play Warpath. We could play we could play one of the new builds, right? Or a crit avoidance is kind of annoying. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, you should always be in a Reaper form with Lich. Or we just, you know, la 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 la. La 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 la. 1 second void well, yeah. But you also get tier 7. You get tier 8 channel cost on your helmet, so it's the same build basically, nothing changed. You go tier 8 channel cost. Lo 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 lo. There you go. And for comparison, you know, we did the abomination with the other guy. Let's do it with this guy. We did it with the bear. Mark of Rot is getting nerfed a bit, which I didn't use last map. I think I have it already, like on spec. I don't. I'll save the Mark for Rot for the other guy. Lo 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 lo. Ultimate display of skill. Okay. And now, if you actually play properly and you use your buffs, let's do another boss here, maybe. Look at this. Did Boko put his range boots on planners, by the way, for Void Knight? 50% more HP, more damage. And 27% attack speed, 20% attack movement speed. They're like OP as fuck, basically. That's why. Let's kill this guy. That's 1k Raya, right? He didn't get to do one ability, right? And now the best part, guys.
A dead god for a dead world. Pathetic.
1k corruption. I mean, I have like, you know, it's an okay weapon, but Jesus. What's the threshold for high health? 75%. So there, you're gonna be using those boots, especially for mapping. What build is that? Warpath on max roll. Crit amulet? Yeah, most likely. Cheese. I think for Shatter Strike you do crit amulet. Tier 7. Oh, tier primordial. And for this build, I think this is already updated on max roll. Let's take a look. Volca didn't sleep either, so we went pretty hard. Oh, there it is, updated for season 3. So basically you're just gonna go primordial channel cost. What, sacrifice Necromancer? We're working on it, but you use Dreadshade to cast sacrifice into your zombies, and there they die, and you know, you create like kind of like a loop with the unique relic and the unique weapon. We'll see. I don't think there's a reason to play it anymore after watching the changes. It was just kind of like something that I had in the back of my head. On this build, you don't evade, so there's no reason to not go crap. Any build to one-shot Uber? I mean, Warpath in the current patch, right? In the current patch. Warpath, Uber, Aberoth, right? Can kill it on 1 minute. So it's not a one-shot, but, you know. Like, this poor guy, you know. He's doing some weapon swapping stuff. You don't need to do this. It's just to get a bit extra short time. But that's Uber Aberoth. So... I mean, he has double tier 7s and shit, right? But... It's a good build, what can I say? Warpath. I mean, we said it on the podcast back in the day that Warpath was going to be the best build. And I think we were actually right. I think it's better than Erasing Strike, but it takes more gear, that's the problem. Because the problem with Warpath is like the leveling is kind of rough. Because you need mana for Void Well, and you need plus skills, and you need a lot of things, right? In fact, until you get Void Well, it's not even... Don't even bother, right? I think Volka told me that it's went from 17 million damage to 30 with the Frenzy Helmet. So it's like giga, like that build already did a lot of damage. You lost the tankiness of the helmet, of the peak of the mountain, but it's like double damage. Yeah, for sure you're gonna do that because you're stacking dexterity and... Right, Jay? You're stacking dexterity, you're stacking int, so you're gonna overcrit anyway. How does that build cap crit? Which one? Warpath? The Warpath? You get crit on the weapon. Basically. You need crit on the weapon. And eventually, you know, you try to get double, you know, 2 LP or 3 LP and just go attack speed. Attack speed over flat damage, by the way. And I mean, again, this build is gonna get actually quite a lot of damage compared to before. Because you're gonna get like this attack speed. Because the thing about Warpath is Warpath gets attack speed at 2 times the rate, but it gets flat damage at 60% the rate. So when you see an item that gives you 74 attack speed, it's not 74, it's 140 for Warpath. So Warpath, and we changed the build a bit to like spin faster and stuff. I think we changed. We're grabbing this. We were not grabbing this before. We do now. We changed our passives a bit around. We're going more into attack speed. Gonna be really good. And to be honest, the only nerf this build really got is like obviously Void Well, but you can offset it because we used to go Needle, and instead of going Needle, we just go World Splitter. So again, we lose a bit of damage that way. But the video I just showed you was with World Splitter. So, and then you just go it's actually the one build where I think, or one of the few builds where I think going Ancestral or Primordial Unique is actually the play, basically. And again, so you're getting 30 attack speed from the passives, you're getting the fucking 30% attack speed here, you know. It's gonna be good, it's gonna be good. And on idols, you can do what you want. You can do mana, you can do penetration, there's a lot of things you can do. Which shuffles you predict are going to happen? Fuck. I didn't save it. Did anyone screenshot the tier list? We can go on the bot, I guess. Cancel. Do I have to do it, guys? Please? It might take me. Did anyone screenshot the tier list shift? If not, I'll just look for it, but... a bit Monka. I mean, we did it on the bot. Okay, I'll look for it. I will look for it. Okay. It is exactly here. Oh, almost. Okay, I was wrong by a lot. Hey. There it is. I mean, I was teasing you guys. Check means stays the same. Down goes, it goes down. This means it's not playable anymore. These are new builds. This is Earthquake Beastmaster, Earthquake Bear Beastmaster. This is Sabertooth Beastmaster. This is Raptors, Scorpion, and Wolves. In this order, I think they are. We'll see exactly the gap between them. It's kind of hard to test without actually going in game and doing calculations and stuff. Because there's a lot, we have a lot of questions of how are certain things gonna work, blah blah blah, right? And then you have Shade Necro, Poison Lich, Flail Lich, and Bleed Warlock. Why is Rune Master going up? Because there's a new technology. But basically, Mage, you have I don't even know what Primordial I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna do Vilatrias, honestly, on this. We will see, maybe. And not go Mana Tank for Giga damage, but basically you have this build. I actually don't know what I'm gonna do with this build. I have to think. Because you're kind of... It's kind of... You're very... I don't know, I have to look at it. There's a lot of builds that I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do with... I mean, worst case scenario, you just go Ancestral, whatever the fuck, right? But basically you have this build that is like the old Hydra, but the problem you had with the old Hydra is that it was squishy, right? But now you can basically do Mana Focus since last patch. You can do Mana Focus. And then basically Mana Focus, you make your Flame Rush last exactly 2 seconds if possible, right? And there's a bug that they haven't... It doesn't seem like they have fixed... Actually, might as well... Okay, I'm gonna show the gameplay first and then I explain, okay? So one thing that you can do is that you can do this, right? You can use your flame thingy. You can wait like 20 seconds or so. 1, 2, 3... I'm not gonna do all of it, just so you guys see. Okay, so you do this, and then you exchange your gear again. You spec your points. And now, all you do is you burp, right? And you guys basically see that every 2 seconds get a burst of 1k worth, like that. From my Rune Master passive, and you go full armor, full dodge, right? You can see there I have like... Once I channel the thingy, I have like 70 of each with the boots. And it's like a one bottom... It's basically Mage Warpath, let's be honest here. And it's fairly fucking tanky. It's mana tank because you're focusing, right? And yeah, it's pretty retarded. I mean, as you can see, this is 1k corruption, right? So, yeah. And my gear is normal, 1k, 1 LP items. Like the endgame, basically 1-to-1 endgame planner, right? So this one is probably gonna get updated. And there's a version that does even more damage than this. Is a max roll? I have a friend buying the game, loves mage classes. No, but it will be. Okay. We kind of wanted to get... I kind of wanted to get the newer stuff for the clickbaits, you know? So I went on Primalist first just because... Otherwise, you know, they're gonna say I steal the build on someone who was watching my stream and did my build before me, you know? Like... Because that has never happened before. Which, by the way, no one owns builds, right? It's a retarded thing, but it's just annoying to get accused of it. So we just prevent that to get all the clicks, make money, boom. And again, you're just like, I don't know, it's like very cozy build. Like, this is Netflix and chill build, you know? And again, the bossing is also quite something. Like, if we go do the... it's fine that it's so good that we have got the bosses to show you guys. But you will see that if we do the chicken dance... What's this one? It's Hydra Hydron Rune Master. This one's going up. This is 1k corruption, yeah?
Pointless. All of it.
Pretty tanky too, you know?
You cannot hurt me.
Why not self-cast? You can have like 4 Hydras with self-cast. Because I have 70% dodge and 7% armor, and I generate up to 6k worth. And if you self-cast, you're paper, basically. Because you don't get the 2-second channel. Like, you can do there is a version of this build where what you do is you basically manually cast the Frost Wall before you go. But the reason we're not doing that is because of the reason I'm going to explain now. There is a secret bug with this build. And it's not on the patch notes, so we assume it's still up. It's not a secret bug, but there is a bug, right? Where what you can do is you can craft. So you can see right now, if I go through this, right, and I cast a Hydra, it's doing 200k, right, per crit. So if we do snapshot and we wait, and you get full duration, right? You can get duration idols too, I don't have them. You don't have to go that sweaty, right? And then you go through this, right? You see, you could have done more time than this, right? And now you swap. And then you do max damage. Now it's hitting for 1 million. And that's why you don't want to do self-cast. Because self-cast, you need to cast Frostwall. And that would fuck up your snapshot. 3 million now. You guys see with the... We went from 200k to 3 million. Now. You don't need to do this, you know. The build's still good. But so if you guys see people playing this build or like anything Rune Master with and you see them killing over Abaroth or whatever, there might be a bit of tempering. You know? So take it with a grain of salt, you know. The Hydra, yeah, well, it was old. You couldn't play this with before Mana Guide. And the only reason it's up is because it does crazy damage. Because the self-cast does way more damage than this, like way more damage. Like the self-cast, the one on max roll is 50 million DPS. This one is 15. It's like, we're talking, you know, it's almost 4 times the damage. But it's paper, right? You just die. So, and 15 million DPS is more than enough. I mean, and with this snapshot, you go back to 50, basically. So, it's the best of both worlds, you know? And you get the word generation, you're like fucking full dodge, full armor, like look at these fucking stats, you know? You would fix your idols with resistances, then I mean, I have to change the resistances, you know? I was lazy. It will fix in the guide, don't worry. So yeah, I mean, and you have to only do this once, the Frostwall thing, you do it once and then you keep playing, right? Yeah, this one's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting for sure. You will start with this one. The problem is you can't start with this one because you need the amulet, right? The problem is you need the amulet. So it's more like a risk. If I had to start mage, I would probably just do Glacier, honestly. It's easy to get, yeah, but I mean, what do you do for until you can even have access to it? Like, what do you do for the first 3 hours of gameplay? You definitely don't start with it, right? You switch to it at level 70 or whatever. Self-cast? I tried it, Jay. Just do Glacier. Can you show me Shield Bash? Sure. Actually, I can show you my real Shield Bash, because I have one. I have a real Shield Bash online. I played this build, this patch. Where is he? Giga Chat! Max roll Giga Chat. No, is he the one? Yeah, he's the one. Look at this guy. What good Lich starters? The leveling builds in max roll, basically. And everyone telling you that there's better ways to level, they're not telling you how long it's taking them. Perma-stun build? Yeah, this build is pretty funny. Let's see if we have a... Let's see if we have a... Like a boss. Actually, we need to stop the music if we have the boss for better immersion. 1 second. Okay, I'll do it just so you guys can see. I need to kill an enemy or something. Need items. 1 second. Very importante. These are going away. We're getting new things. Okay, everyone ready? Step number 1. In-game volume. Maximum sound effects. Step 2. Go into boss. Step 3. Attack. Giga chat. Very funny. That was 400 corruption. When does the boss hit back? It doesn't. I don't think this guy has seen a boss mechanic yet. Straight up. Boom, boom, boom. Ramping, ramping. So like 1 million crits. If you have good gear, you can do like 17 million crits. So it really, really ramps up with like block effect and stuff. They only have 10k block effect. You can get like 20k. Giga. Thoughts? That's a fun build. Definitely not, oh my god, meta, have to play this, you know, like, definitely not. But, well, I have an even better build if you guys like. If you guys like, can I show you the actual ultimate build? Because if you think you couldn't do more Giga Chat, what if I told you that I played Smelter's Wrath? You know? What if I showed you the actual most Giga Chat? Look at this character. Bam Bam. You know? Bone Sentinel. I'll show you its powers, you know? I'll show you its powers. You guys are not... I don't think I have ever played something tankier. So, let's see if we have the Rune Complex. Okay, we have the Rune Complex. You guys know this map is the one where you do the mages and stuff. So this is how you play this build, okay? You basically activate everything.
I cannot be contained. I cannot be contained.
At 500 corruption. Right? And then you just stand still without taking any damage. Boom!
The judges will find you.
La la. I don't know why the filter is off. La 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 la. Okay, let's see. Will I take damage? Okay, guys. I think I'm feeling something. And now it's my turn. I mean, absolutely retarded build. But it's tanky, hey? You know? And what if I tell you this is a character found? Character found, yeah? And he is an uber killer. Huh? This guy has the world record, okay? World record of the longest Uber Aberoth kill in existence that I'm aware of. 22 minute Uber Aberoth kill. Look at this beauty. Look at him. No, he's not. He's locked in with me, not the other way around. I mean, it only took me 167 attempts, right? I don't think it's that much. We don't talk about that part, okay? Guys, when you see... Guys, when someone wins an Olympic gold medal, you know, Usain Bolt, you know, and he wins Olympic medal, do you bring up that he wasn't as fast like 10 years ago? Or that he lost like a race in high school or something? The moment is what matters, okay? This guy is reversed Usain Bolt when it comes to Uber Aberoth kills. You know? 22-minute kill. What can I say? You know? Absolutely legendary. What a giga chat. I don't even know why I'm wearing Throne of Ambition on that build. But yeah, I mean... What are you thinking you're gonna start, Rody? Are you gonna go... You said you're gonna go Rune Master again, no? For the race? Like Deception? I have cooked the worst build possible for Lich. We'll see how that goes. What do you think about the respecking League starter in CF? I've never done it. I heard it empties your bank totally. I mean, depends when you do it. If you do it too early, you know. You guys racing for the honor? How much EHP is tanky? I mean, I'm gonna go to sleep because I'm gonna be tired from working all the guides. But I'll try to be fast. I mean, I just want to do good. How much EHP is tanky? Yeah, I would say like 100k. It's like actual, like you start being tanky. 100k. But for example, if you want to say, for example, the character I just showed you, the Smelter's Wrath. Right? The Smelter's Wrath guy, while he's channeling, he gets 20k armor, right? He has, how much health he has now? Still aiming top 1, yeah, that's kind of my vibe, I feel. I don't really like staying awake too much, and especially, I haven't slept yet since patch notes. 6.6. So he has 6.6. I think he has like, what, 2k endurance? And he's channeling 1.5. A bit more when he's channeling because of the passives. 60, right? And then he has armor applies 2 dots. I think he only has the 20%. I think I don't expect more. Actually, that's not true. No, I think I only have 20. Maybe I have more, actually. I don't. No, I don't. Okay. I'm gonna apply all the buffs, so you get a you know, like the most extreme case, right? Then we have armor clad, right? Armor clad damage reduction. He has 100% block. How much block effect we're rocking? I don't have sigils, so 3k. Right? And then he's rocking 10% from Forge Guard. He's rocking 15%, actually 20% from Null Portento. Then he has 26 from Vengeance. And he has 6, I think it's 18 from Riposte now. 18. Only hits though. Then he has... It's kind of hard to calculate some of the things that we're missing. Then we have the damage... the block effect applies to Thingy, which we get around 30% DR versus dots. Then we have 30% on Potion. Dot Potion. What's this called? This is Potion. No, a shield. I have 2 red rings, yeah. I have 10% red ring. I have Shatter Walls. I have that's a bit of region. And am I missing something? I have against certain enemy types I have more, but I'm not gonna count that. It's too. Am I missing something? Well, I mean, then you have Immortal Wise, but I mean, how the fuck? I mean, it's basically 30%. I mean, it's basically 30% damage reduction, pretty much, against hits, right? But it's also weird because when you're below, yeah, it's a bit weird because if I'm below I get more, but whatever. We're just good at 30% against hits. Or you would have to leech it back, but you know, against a one shot it would be there, right? Wise, sorry. It's just 30%. So you know, I'm pretty sure he has less DPS than HP, than the HP. Not even 1 million. I mean, we could get him to 1 million if we'd really want it, right? You wanna know how we get one? Actually, you wanna know how we get almost 2 million? 2 million. With Spec Rebuke. Rebuke? Well. Yes. Oops. It's actually more than that too against certain certain things, because you have extra. You have that plus more, right? Where's Rebuke? And then you have things that you can't really calculate, right? You spam a few shields here and there, blah blah. You have the elemental damage taken, another, and you have more armor, but another 60, you know. So 4 elemental damage taken. So this would be physical, and this would be against dots. L. So you would have 2 million non-physical 1.7, and you would have, oh, I haven't counted actually, way more. You would have 4 million versus dots, and then we would have, while rebuking, of course, which we will lose a bit of armor because we wouldn't have this. 3 million, because you can't be channeling both things at the same time, so let's be fair here. Like 3 million while rebuking. Now, I could be really mean right now, and I could literally go on Ellie Tools, close my eyes, do like a, you know, like scroll, and on the first build that we land, we click, and we compare the EHP, right? But I'm not gonna do it, because I am a nice guy. And actually, we can actually get more damage reduction now. Because with the new wand, right? We could actually get Flame Ward proccing. So 5 million EHP. It's possible. With if we're wearing the wand. How is 33k HP? For most of the game it's fine. Snacking, for most of the game is fine. I normally try to get more than 50 if possible. But then you also have to take certain things into consideration, because you might have a build that is not as tanky, but it has very good damage, which, I mean, damage is tankiness, because if things are dead, you know, like tough core mechanics, right? You could also have a build that has like so much lifesteal and so much sustain that is like deceivably tanky. You can have things like silver shrouds, guaranteed dodges, all of these things, right? So again, this number is not the only thing you should be looking at. Because, for example, this build is really tanky, but I mean, the damage is kind of meh. So, especially single target, as you guys saw on Aberoth, right? So, sure, it's tanky, but you could just play a build that is 1/3 of the tankiness, or 1/5 or 1/10 of the tankiness that actually one-shots the entire game. So that's why, you know. How big is Season 3 update compared to second? I mean, in terms of big, in terms of size, it's small. But that doesn't mean it's worst or that it's not fun. I think it's going to be, in terms of balance, it's probably going to be the most broken we ever had. Because there's a lot of power coming into the game that seems pretty, I mean, experimental. I'm trying to not say the devs like did heroin before dropping the patch, you know? So we're just going to say they're not drunk, they're not high, they're experimenting, right? They're using this smaller patch to gather data, so 1.4 is perfectly balanced. So they're doing, actually, they're aware that things are broken, but they want to see how far we can take it as a player base, right? They're just taking data from us so the game can be the best game ever in 4 months, right? It's still gonna, I think I still think it's gonna be, it can be fun, right? I mean, again, you take a look at, I'm still playing fucking the previous season, and people say, oh, there's no content, there's no this, no, I mean, there's no content depending on what you fucking do. If what you do is you go into max roll, you go into tier list, you check the fucking tier list, you know, and then you pick whatever's on the top, and then just follow everything, and then by the time you get to 300 corruption, you quit. I don't know if that's on the game, you know what I'm saying? Like, the game has kept me busy for, like... $12K hours, without counting CT, which I have another, like, 3K or something. Almost 15K hours. So, you know, if you want to have fun with the game, you can have fun with the game. Like, there's tons to do. But I feel like this kind of games, the more you invest, the more invested you are in the game, the more you can have fun. Because, for example, if you've been watching my stream, you guys know I really like talking, and most of that I like when people listen to me. So I like talking, but when people listen, like ego boost is great, right? Big viewers, big host. I feel like I'm fucking Sylvester Stallone, you know what I'm saying? But the point is, since patch notes drop, I haven't slept, and I haven't stopped talking, basically, right? About game-related stuff, game-related questions, game-related fucking ideas. I'm talking to other players, I'm talking to you guys, other, like, people who really know what they're doing too. The thing is, like, if you're a player who's just, like, super casual, you know, you go in and you read the patch notes. It does. I mean, you can read the patch notes, but you don't fucking understand them. So, I mean, I can read fucking, you know, like fucking rocket science book. I can read it, but then I'm gonna go back to sleep and I'm gonna be like monkey in the brain, boom, boom, boom. You know. So what I'm trying to say is that the more you know about the game, the more you can appreciate the small changes, and the more you can have fun, regardless if the content itself is small, right? And obviously, I'm not saying that people can't understand the basic terms of, oh, this is good, this is bad, but, you know, there's certain things, very little implicances, and, you know, for example, just something as simple as today, how long I spent talking about Lich leveling, you know? And it's very funny, because while I was working, I've been watching a lot of videos on YouTube about, like, patch TLDRs and patch notes. I haven't seen Trickster. Trickster is new. I'm gonna watch it after stream for sure, because it's like a rogue expert, so I'll for sure watch it. And bro, I'm watching the patch notes. I'm watching the patch notes, like, TLDRs, and the TLDRs are this. Like... And I've pretty much seen all of them, right? I watched the patch notes, and this is the patch notes. We're just gonna pick something random. Okay. Let's pick something that we knew. Okay, guys. Hour of Decay has 40%. Now it has 40%, guys. Okay, guys. Now it has 50%. Okay, guys. Now it has 25%. I was like... okay. What's so? Can you elaborate? What is the is it good, you know, like some insight maybe? Like, so I was actually quite frustrated. I was watching the videos on ×2, bro. Like, I wanted to steal some knowledge, and I don't know. This game is just so young that most people are super surface, which is normal. Yeah, but there's also analyses, right? Like, I mean. I feel like if you're a content creator, you should be able to read the patch notes and say, hey guys, we're playing this, you know? And the reason I was watching them is because I'm aware that I can't know everything, right? So I gotta say what other smart brains are thinking, so I can, like, you know, between my brain and your brain and that brain, eventually, you know, the meta is formed, right? And so far, no one really has I mean, only the people that I kind of surround myself, and we kind of think like a hive mind, so... And again, I'm not calling people dumb, I'm just saying that obviously the more you know about a topic, the more you can enjoy, you know? I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm sorry if someone in chat understood that. Sometimes my examples are a bit out there, to say the least. So yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of waiting to see what people say, and... Again, some of the... I'm not gonna have time to look at all of it, so... Some things I'm kind of lazy to do, like the fucking Falconer. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. When will the tier list be updated? And... Fully updated? I mean, I did like a mock-up of what I think is gonna happen. But... I need to talk with the guys and see what they think about their own builds, and that still got better till there. It's funny, I actually sent a message to a dep. I actually apologized because I know there was a dep who works on the skills that was watching my stream, and I went pretty hard. And well, again, I was complaining about how like people only read, but who doesn't read is myself. So I looked at this node and I almost fucking wanted to uninstall my game, and I even grabbed like my fucking ratchet thingy, right? And I got dangerous, is what I'm trying to say. I got dangerous. And I forgot to do alt. And that changes quite, and I only know this because Ammon, who's a guy in my chat, like DM'd me, and I was like, wait, that kind of changes things, huh? So I don't know, I've been thinking about this today. He sent me his build. I'm gonna take a look at it, what he's doing. I assume it's pretty similar. He's going full dead seal though. And this is for endgame. I would take this though. I would for sure take this, Ammon. And just get poison chance through Ripblood or some shit, you know? Like, you have poison chance on an idol or whatever the fuck it is. The old one, yeah, the old playstyle is dead, but at least we can adapt, you know? It's not like dead, at least. Like the other planner. What is the other planner? You have only sent me this one. Is there another one? DM to me. Isn't this the one I'm checking? What are you using? The helmet, yeah? The OP helmet. And I think I'm gonna. I don't think you need the crit though. I'd go immortal wise, but whatever. I mean, depends. If you have a 3 LP, might as well. Okay, you're going full damage, yeah. Yeah, the duration doesn't really matter. That's the thing. You use it as a panic bottom, and that's it, right? And then you just do. Such a weird change of identity for this ability. We'll see. Maybe it feels good. Because, I mean, Ammon kind of convinced me that it might be fun. It's gonna be more like... It's gonna be more... There's definitely gonna be even higher skill on this playstyle, which was already pretty thing. A bait build? Rebuild. You go full rip cooldown. I would still keep transplant, though. No reses? Oh shit. Don't dislike it. I don't think you won this. I think you won this over this. I don't like these points, but you need more increased damage, I think. How much increased damage you have? So much crit multi. What's the spell damage? 400. And how much int? 100. Yeah. 500 increased damage is just not enough, I feel. And you get what, 100 from your Reaper only. 100, yeah, 100 basically. You can get another 100 and basically another 100. I would literally just grab this and you need more increased damage than it's more damage to grab this increase than the crit multi. But I mean, I was thinking something like this too. Yeah, Marrow shards. But are you not gonna keep transplant on bar though? So I'll keep transplant on bar. But you don't need Marrow shards, right? On your bar. I hope you don't need them on your bar for it to proc. Otherwise. Yeah, I think at the beginning you do Hungering Souls for leveling, and then you go bonkers, like we do now, right? And then what are you doing for gear? And you're doing Consume Minion, yeah. On armor. Full support. Right, yeah. How many points you put? Just one, no? I would put 1 point here. Actually, we can test this. You know what? I'm gonna do that, Amon. Because you can only get 20 stacks now, right? You are 50k HP? Okay, nice. What did you do? You changed... What did you change? HP? You have more HP now, no? Bleed Bloodfeather? I'll take a look later if you want. I mean, I'm not gonna stream for too long because I have to work. But I wanted to test this. Let's go... Dead Seal. Can you link? Which one do you want, Alex? You want his planner? Amon, if you want to link it on the chat, feel free. Amon is a very experienced Lich player. He's been playing Lich pretty much since I know him. My leveling. I mean, I'm probably gonna make a full video on a full planner with steps. So I wouldn't really. I don't even think I've saved this. This? I mean, this is not how I would level for the record, but if you want it, I'll send it to you. Don't, you definitely don't do this early game though. Okay, let's see. Do me. What happened? Is that... Okay. Apparently... Apparently it didn't save, so that's nice. I guess we had the browser open for too long or something. Yeah, whatever. I'll do a proper video, don't worry. If you watch the bot, I go over it and I explain everything step by step. So I'll probably clip that and put it on YouTube, so you don't... If you just wait like 10 hours, it will be on YouTube. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so I'm getting a Reaper. How many? 10. We're capped at 20, right? One more point. Actually, you actually need almost all the points. Here, I thought we didn't, but we do. And it's gonna be even worse last patch. You might be right. You might need to max this. You might be right. But then you don't need the duration after you go and you go full damage. Yeah, I'm sold, I think. I am sold, Amon. You have convinced me. Hopefully new Reblood is less Quilk. Hopefully Reblood doesn't fucking root you in place, you know? Because I have a problem with projectile abilities that go in a line normally feel horrible to use in last Epoch. Like, because in order for them to be performed in a line, it's like your character, you can feel your character getting like glued to a grid. I don't know how to explain it. You feel like you're playing PoE 2 level 1. I don't like your your character goes like, you know, you're playing Lost Ark suddenly, you know, and your character is locked in a 2-second animation where you cannot auto cancel. And in online it's even worse. In offline it's not as bad, but in online it's bad. Can you explain how Chaos Rip plays? I can get higher than 100 chance and cast more Chaos Bolts? Yes. Basically there is a node. There is a node. I mean, that's the entire build, basically. You got this node here, and it says 1% chance, Chaos Ball chance per 1 maximum mana. So if you have 100 mana, you cast 1 Chaos Bolt, right? If you have 200 mana, 2. If you have 1k mana, which with the shield, that gives you 48%, well, not the shield, sorry, the axe, you're gonna get around between 1k and 1.5k mana, unless you have really, really good gear, then you can probably reach 2k, right? So at 1k mana, you're gonna cast, every time you flay, there's gonna be 10 Chaos Bolts. Single Chaos Bolts. And I'm pretty sure that they're not gonna scale with these extra projectiles or none of that. Isn't that completely broken? Well, that's why we're making the build, because we think it's gonna be good. And the reason this might be better than regular Chaos Bolts, especially for a hit build, not dot. You don't play dot on this. Don't get baited if you're watching YouTubers and they're telling you to play dot, flay, or whatever the fuck. Unsubscribe, you know? The reason you want to do dot, you want to do crit, is because this node that you have previously, right? Per 100% flat maximum mana, you get 20% more damage. So with 1,000 for the procs, right? So basically what happens is like the flay itself, the eruption and everything, plus what you proc, including Marrow shards, including, which we're gonna use, I don't know why it's not spec'd, I thought I saved it. Basically, they're gonna get that damage multiplication when they proc, right? Which, if you have 1,000 mana, that's 200% more damage. So that 200% more damage is gonna apply in conjunction with this damage, you know, with the damage from curses or whatever, all the damage you have, basically, right? So, I mean, it should be okay. I don't think it's gonna be... Because again, it's still like an ability with 100% damage effectiveness and, you know... So I think it's gonna be okay. And the problem with this build is that you can't really play it early, I feel. You can go to Primordial Gloves and the Cheating Dagger. Also, any element changes convert the bleed, so you might be having more bleed chance. Yeah, but the problem is there's no multipliers for bleed, Amun. You don't do flay for bleed. If you want to do bleed, you go full Chaos Bolts or Catonic Fissure with low life, because you need to be missing all your health, right? So those 10 Chaos Bolts can hit the same target? Yes. I was talking about the flay build. But why would I want the bleed? Oh, yeah. That's what I assume. Someone's bleed on shit. Okay. So you were looking at a planner from some random guy, completely unrelated. My bad. Sorry. I thought you were talking about the possibility of playing, because I made the comment about don't play dot, right? So, yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know me. Do I have a planner for this? I had one and it's fucked now, so... I'm pretty sure I fixed my skill, so I don't know why it's not fixed anymore. You guys remember, I did it on stream, I fixed the Marrow shards, so I don't know why it's not fixed anymore. I don't know what I did. I mean, we're gonna have to see what points are best. But you need to max this node too. And maybe you max this node with Bonkers, but it's a bit annoying. Yeah, whatever. I'll put the points that are interesting and you decide which ones to take until I figure it out, okay? As... Oh, maybe I copied the bad flay into the good... Ah, no, this is the good one. What the f... Okay, this is the good one. Marrow shards. To 1. Okay, fixed. And completely experimental though. There's a lot of things that we have to figure out. I might add Death Seal into this build too. Maybe, you know. Over Bonkers, we'll see. Depending, because if Bonkers costs a lot of mana, it might fuck you up. So maybe you start Death Seal and then you switch Bonkers. I don't know. And you for sure have Death Seal on your bar unspec'd as a panic bottom. And yeah, we'll see. Marrow shards targets an enemy? Yeah, I asked about it. So basically, I thought at the beginning when we talked about it, I talked about it yesterday on stream, and reading the tooltip, it really sounded like this wouldn't work with an extra enemy. But how it works is like basically, it will always proc it, even if it's one single enemy, but it will always choose the direction of another enemy. So basically, if you go to the dummy, right? If you go to the dummy, right? And you, for example, go here, and you attack, the Marrow Shard is gonna go like, it's gonna try to go into that direction, or into that direction, but it's still gonna hit, like or you know, it'll do something weird. But it will start basically from here. And maybe you have situations where you're shooting it straight up, and it's literally going blong, blong, it's going sideways, like, you know, crook dick. And sometimes it's gonna go this way, sometimes it's gonna go that way, but you will hit the boss. Skill sounds still loud. Oopsie. Guys, I got excited because we were playing Giga Chat builds that needed maximum immersion. Okay, I'm pretty tired. Yeah, at least you don't need to worry about fucking trying to figure out where the fuck they are, hum. Yeah. And I think what I'm gonna do with Marrow Shards, I mean, you normally do this on Marrow Shards to begin with, is that you spec this point here. So you make it not pierce for the big damage, so it's not gonna pierce. But it's gonna do a splatter behind it. So, you know, if you have like, this is you, this is the enemy you're trying to hit, and then there's other enemies. What is gonna happen is the splatter, you're gonna attack with flay, you know, attack with flay, and then Marrow Shards is gonna happen, right? And it's gonna target this guy, but when it hits this first guy, it's gonna break and it's gonna cone, gonna shotgun, right? This projectile cannot hit the first target. But this part of we're speccing into the damage of this part, so this will give you a bit of extra clear, which you don't really need, because you keep in mind, at the same time, you're gonna have fucking Chaos Bolts going like fucking choo 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 choo, right? So yeah, it should be like, basically when you're watching this build hit the dummy, you're gonna, if you're not familiar with the build, you're gonna ask Lizard, what the fuck are you playing? What is this fucking cancer visual thingy? I think it's gonna be absolute PoE visual cancer, you know, brain fart, lagging epilepsy inducer build. But I'm down, you know, I am down for it. It could be good. Could be fun. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do Blood Feather. I think I'll use it for leveling, but I don't know if I'll go full for it. And it might be good at the end, but because Ribblood has some multis now. You know, you can get quite a few multis on Ribblood. You know, you can do they added quite a bit of more damage to, where is it? I mean, obviously you have the damage per minion, you have this damage, you always had that, right? You obviously grab the flat damage because it will double for Blood Feather thingy. And then obviously you have this 10% damage per point, which is kind of nice. You didn't have this before. And then you probably do Aura of Decay to get the penetration. you know, and you know, the rest is like the most bleeds possible. You know, you probably do some sort of bonkers applying bleeds with like Riplot, reapplying, blah blah blah, right? Probably Aura. Aura is probably the best for this if you can sustain it. Because it's gonna be the most hits possible and it's gonna be the most bleeds, but oops, sorry. Linking the music. You can do exclamation playlist if you want the actual playlist. We are on... Song... And tell me the number. Well, Anubis Delusion Works Remix. That's what it's called. It's the Wind Machine playlist. So yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty hyped, everything, you know. It's gonna be good. I'm really excited, and I don't know, to be honest, I haven't had a patch where I didn't basically have all these answers like 3 months in advance. So, you know, it's been a bit unhealthy, the no sleeping thingy, but it's a bit, I mean, you know, it has, you know, okay, you know, I'm not enjoying it, okay? So, okay, so Cocaine Bear into Warpath. I don't know if you start Cocaine Bear, though. That's the thing. Because starting Bear doesn't sound too good. I think it's a second character Bife. I think if I was doing a Bear, I think I would start Nado still. And then I would respect to minions. But the thing, I just think Tornado is probably still gonna be better than... It's gonna be faster and less clunky and easier to gear. Dude, the new stuff is fucking crazy, bro. We're for sure gonna cook this build. Like, it's a very popular build, but we're gonna for sure Giga cook it with the stuff. Because I think that's gonna be good. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, basically you play Tornado on Bear or Human, both are good. I think with the stuff, Bear is gonna be better. And basically, the good thing about this is like, normally you just stack as much mana as possible, because you would get this on the Bear. You just use the Rage and you wouldn't consume this. And they have now capped this at 300. Before it wasn't capped, right? So now, instead of building mana and attunement and shit, well, you're gonna build attunement, but you're not gonna build mana. You're gonna be using the unique weapon thingy, right? What is it called? Ordeal. You're gonna use this thing. And this shit's gonna be crazy. It's not even counting yet. You're gonna go full fucking attunement. Like right now, without changing anything of the build. You know? 150? Right now, I should be getting 150 times 4 mana and health. Right? So like 600 health and mana. It's actually quite crazy if you think about it. Because you're gonna get 1k mana without building mana. And you're gonna get fucking 800 health on top. Right? Mana scaling is capped? Yeah, that's why. You don't build any mana, Misha. You build full attunement, 0 mana rolls. Which is great because you can go, you know, you can go... You don't build any mana anywhere anymore. So the thing that you lose from the mana... You know, the thing is, like, if you went all mana, and again... Basically, people played this with... If you go to the arena ladder, you will see the builds, right? And or if you do Tornado over Aberoth, right? Or Tornado over Aberoth, right? You can... Basically, you just go full fucking... You know, they're scaling mana. You see it has 1k mana, right? And basically they pre-stack all the tornadoes, and then they go in with Tornado and they just do a shit ton of damage on Uber Aberoth, right? But in order to get this kind of mana, right now, you know, it doesn't have a... It's probably actually building mana, right? Toonman, You see, he has tier 7 mana here. You know, he has he's building mana on his weapons, right? He has mana. All of this mana, you're not gonna build it anymore. And you're gonna build fucking crit multi, cast speed, increase damage, blah blah blah, right? So sure, you're gonna get as much mana as before. Sure, the damage is gonna be capped, but you're gonna get the HP and you're gonna be able to kill crit multi and stuff. So overall, I think the build is gonna be less glass cannony, mini, like one-shotty stupidity, and it's just gonna be like overall just like a crazy solid build, you know? Because I wasn't a really big fan of this before over the Shaman, and obviously Shaman in Arena dominated, right? Completely dominated the Arena ladder. Like, if you check the ladders for last patch, like Tornado Shamans are doing 4,000 waves and shit. And True Augur did... What is this? Mana Tank? This guy always cooks weird as shit. What is he doing? Mana... Doing some sort of Mana Tank. Fireball Ignite? I have no idea. No, he's sucking. Fireball... Corp. Why is this doing damage? He probably changed gear now. He's trolling to confuse people. He always does this guy. Normally, every time he does this, he does it at the end of the season, and he normally uses something that is like undetected. So he's probably doing this to see if it doesn't get nerfed. But who knows what he's doing. Definitely not this. He's a sorcerer too. I mean, he maybe even respect. Because I could say the build that does it is the Hydrahedron thingy, or the, again, the snapshotting, what I showed you guys, right? Like what I showed you, something like that. But I have no idea, honestly. I didn't know that was a thing. I could do some research, but there is ways to check the snapshots of the ladder, but I have to ask. Okay, how many hours it's been without sleeping? A bit too many, no? No, he's definitely not playing that. That doesn't do damage. Is our Harvest Lich finally good? I mean, you can play it, but I mean, Volka was pretty excited to go back to Harvest because he has a Harvest build and stuff and he likes it. And he's like, on the Discord, he's completely memeing it, basically. It's full memeing. I think the best part about Harvest is probably just gonna be the int bullshit scaling. I mean, this whatever the fuck, right? It's hit damage, so then you get the damage per course with a bit of more damage. It's just they buff the effectiveness and stuff, but it's gonna be rough, honestly. And you still have to do the weapon, of course. You still have to do the melee combo, full dexterity. How much dex you running? 150. You have the same problem, no? The increased damage is gonna be a problem. 300 damage. Yeah, it's just not gonna be enough. And they nuke the crit, right? So how, like, you actually have to build crit now. You can't, because before you got free crit from here. Like now you get 10 for. This used to be 10 per point. At least the crit multi is good. At least the crit multi is good, but And these travel points, bro, why the fuck do I have to take minion crit chance to get to my crit chance and my crit multi? Like, what is this travel point? Like, 2 points, this is, like, bro, like... Bruh, like... but then, for example, I'm thinking, like, if you use the new helmet, right? The one that makes you immune to bleed, right? The OP one. I'm sure you can do something dot harvest or kind of okay-ish. Because, you know, this node is kind of strong. And you go for the, you know, the bleed per intelligence, blah, blah. Warpath still a thing? Yeah, still... I think Warpath is probably the best build of the patch. Like, overall, like, if you take into account bossing, mapping, all of that, it's probably the best build of the patch, I think. It's better now. On the top end, it's better now. On the low end, it's worst. Because it's gonna be harder to get going. And now you need World Splitter with tier 7 crit chance, basically. Right? The Void Well nerf hurts. But again, you go World Splitter and then you go Ancestral Channel and Primordial Channel. So I keep calling it Ancestral, I apologize. Vision Coil build gonna be more or less the same. I think it's gonna get fucked, personally. I don't see how you get the damage back on that build. I don't see how you get the damage back. I mean, I think when it went from S tier damage to like B. It's probably the biggest drop on still playable builds. I think it went from 20 million plus to like barely 10, I think. And honestly, I was thinking about it. I don't even know what I'm gonna wear in Stitch and... Like, what the fuck do I even wear on Stitch and Coil? Like, and Ribblood is like a curse and like the mapping... Sometimes the mana sustain is gonna be better and sometimes it's gonna be worst. Oh, the archive? Nah, we'll keep it just cause so people know not to play it, you know? Like, we'll put it on big red arrow so people know, like, hey. Because imagine, again, like this guy, right? He's asking about the guide. I imagine if he thinks, oh, you know, Lich got buffed, right? It's rework. Like, he's not, you know. He goes, he plays it, the build he likes, and then he's like, what the fuck is this shit, you know? So the tier lists are also informative to avoid getting, yeah, that stuff. Is Judgment still viable? Yeah, Judgment's still the best build for hardcore also. Like, if for sure. That or... I mean, if the back on Rune Master is still a thing, like the Deception back thingy, or with Frostwall, then that build is also like super top on hardcore. What are you gonna do with Flay? Is it your movement, basically? Yeah, you make it traversal, no? And you're gonna give him the aura to... You don't even... Why don't you get the cold pen? I guess you can't get enough cold pen, so you just get fucked. You can't keep up with the rest, no? I guess. Couldn't you play Bleed Warpath for expansion? The problem with Warpath is Warpath has like less element effectiveness. And it already has widescreen AoE, so there's not really a reason to do so. I think the best build with the gloves... I mean, I can tell you guys what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking for... I think we were... Maybe Misha sent me the planner because we were talking. I was telling her the build. Doesn't have it. Okay, I'll have to do it from scratch then. This is kind of like what I'm thinking. I mean, completely like daydreaming kind of vibe, you know? Don't take it to... Okay, you go all the bleed bullshit, right? And the bleed warlock, the Fisher one, the one you didn't believe in. And I'm thinking... Oh fuck, it's a primalist. Very similar to my old Chaos Bolt build, right? I think you do lock. And you do profane and all that shit. You do the gloves, obviously, right? And basically, you're gonna get obviously you go what is it called, plague, right? You go double ailment here, right? Ideally you get 3 LP. I have 3 LP already on my poison, so it is possible, right? But you go poison, bleed, poison, whatever the fuck, right? Poison, this gets converted, right? So you normally can't get bleed, so it's nice that you can convert all of it, right? Damage over time, also good, you know. All of this, it doesn't matter. Whatever you get, you the tier 7, you slam. And all the bleed uniques, right? And then, because this gets converted, one thing that is going to be pretty interesting is that on Catonic Fissure, you have this note that gives you, and you can convert it to bleed, right? So all your bleed chance, it's fine, Mish, it's fine. I have to cook it from 0 anyway. All your bleed chance is gonna be applied per second to the thingy, right? So if you have like 2k, basically this is gonna be applying like fucking 40 stacks on his own with the multis while it's doing Chaos Bolts, because this is the initial hit. You know, and then you do Profane Veil and all the stuff for the multis. And that should be pretty cool. Basically old Bleed Warlock, but with the gloves. And nothing really changes. And no need to self-cast anything, because you will do Profane Veil. Yeah, what's up, Dread? Does the Ballista Rogue still exist? Yeah, it's still S tier. Nothing changes on that. Yeah, exactly, Deimos. Hit a lot. I know, the rest is just like the same as every other dot build. You POB'd a Butcher's Crown setup where you would get like 90 mana per second and shout. With Mana Regen. Are you playing Avalanche? What are we playing here? Is this Avalanche? I guess. Now it only needs to do damage. It only needs to do damage now. Promise Cascana, you cannot defeat. What build? Warpath or the bleed stuff? No, Ballista can do, but yeah, it's squishy on Uber Abaroth. You have to play okay. You can kill it, but you have to play good. Definitely not like just free. Yeah, Bina has the hardcore version on the planner if you go. And that build can kill it much easier, but it takes longer, right? You can go here and you can go in the hardcore version, which is pretty tanky. It should get tankier, I think, this patch. It's like quite less damage, but at least you don't die. Mana guide. Okay, you're pushing it a bit too much, no? Okay, girl. What will be viable builds for the patch? This is the the temporary tier list. Hopefully it's updated by I think we're gonna try to update it by Monday, if possible, so we can do the podcast on the 18th and talk about it. What about squirrels? Won't be very good. I mean, I think they're gonna be okay, but they're still gonna be worse than the others, I feel. They nerfed them way too harsh, I feel. I'll test it though. I do have the character, I'll test it, but I think I'm gonna drop, since they get tankier now with the minion, how do you say it? The minion redirection and all that, and I'm gonna try going for dual wielding and all that jazz and see how it goes. I haven't tried them in a while, so maybe they're okay. Bear to the Moon, yeah, Bear to the Moon for sure. For those wondering, again, EQ Werebear, Sabertooth Werebear, all of these crit. Raptor pack, I think it's gonna be mid-A. Like, Raptor is gonna be good, but it's not gonna get close to S tier, basically. It's good, but... And I feel like if you're playing it at 300 corruption or whatever, you're gonna feel like... It's gonna be... You're gonna have a fucking blast with this build. But again, if you compare it to these builds when it comes to their actual damage numbers and the... Even though, to be honest, Raptor is probably better at low corruption than these builds. Because it's gonna have enough damage and better clear. Orb Time Rod good? Yeah. Like, Orb Time Rod is gonna be broken, I think. It's for sure gonna go S. Because it was almost as good as Javelin. The only reason we had it in A is because Javelin was in S and we didn't wanna... Javelin was clearly better, right? But now Orb is gonna take his... Sometimes we put things that are in S tier in A tier, so the person who is looking at the build doesn't get like baited, right? For example, you know, Javelin technically in terms of damage could be S tier, but if you compare it to Warpath, you feel like you're playing a different game. So you can't, even though numerically they're kind of similar, when you actually play them, they don't feel at all the same. There's more things than numbers, right? When it comes to a tier list, like playstyle, clunkiness, and not only that, then you have builds like Shade Necro. Shade Necro is probably like... Shade Necro is probably the most... Again, probably the most retarded source of damage that we have in the game currently. And it's got Giga buffed with the ancestral bullshit Misha was showing me this morning. But playing this build sucks, you know? Yeah, League Boyd. Why you make Stygian Coil build as not poison? Poison is it? Because when I tested League Boyd, the crit version did 5 times more damage. The poison was like 5 million DPS, and the crit version was like up to 40 million DPS. It's just better. It scales better, basically, with flat damage and ladle and all of that. But the poison is good early game. I don't know. It might be a poison build now, honestly. Now that they nuked Dead Seal and stuff, I'll have to look at it. League Boyd. I don't really know what's gonna. I know it's Stygian is getting nerfed 100%. But I don't know. I'll have to look at it. I don't think it's... I wouldn't play it, personally. At all. I was thinking improve clear with just spam Dread. I mean, you can do it with just like cooldown, no? Just self-cast. Okay. The mana is gonna be... You should... The mana is gonna be, I mean, a bit, maybe, but... Can be still mono with wolf be a solid option? Yeah, you can do wolves, you can do crows, you can do totems. Crows are the best, I think. Still, I don't know. I'll see what the Primalist mains say, but... I feel like Primordial Exile is mega useless after I saw that uniques. Mamuntal? Well, I mean, it's funny because I said that before they even revealed the Exalteds. And everyone made fun of me in the YouTube comments, so feels bad, man. There is some builds where the legendary affix is gonna make sense. For example, Warpath, right? Like Warpath, reduce cost ancestral is pretty crazy. So there is gonna be some builds that do it, but I think it's gonna be 1 out of 100 builds will do it, basically, to actually be best in slot. From the top of my head, builds where it's actually best in slot is like this one, the Infernal Shade one on the gloves, and maybe Ballista, because you get an extra Ballista on chest. You actually get an extra Ballista if you can sustain the mana, which Bina will have to test, because that's a pretty big damage multiplier. But yeah, things that are very specific, you know, very specific. But yeah. Butcher's Avalanche Shaman. Attunement over movement speed. Holy dread. Gotta zoom, bro. You really wanted to see the stat go up, huh? And yeah, explain it, Cuber. Yeah, I have a YouTube video. So, what is Woody? I love how his build is called Fun Lich. That's accurate. I mean, you can call it fun without, you know, lying. That's the video. I mean, I've talked about it already on stream 20,000 times, so I don't want to repeat it for people who've been here like 10 minutes ago. But I'll send you the video. Watch it. Watch the Woody video. Are we sure? Yes? I mean, we'll see. Maybe. Let's see what he cooks. I think it's pretty new to Lich, so it's probably gonna be a bit fun. I mean, it's gonna be fun. You know? Oh no, it's a harvest build, guys. I think it's harvest, guys. Ah, he's played harvest before. I mean, hey, Misha was here. Misha was here when I played my first harvest build, which was my second character ever, actually. You can't hear him? Really? Yeah, it's low, actually, no? It's just normal harvest, no? It's just old harvest, no? You curse them with bunkers, harvest with the big weapon. I agree. Until they fuck that seal. Is Woodijo the boss of Smash Roll? Yes. He is my boss. I think more than a boss, he's like the champion, you know? He's like the hero. What's his champion affix? The champion affix is sleep resistance. At tier 8, it gives him 30-hour sleep resistance. It's pretty powerful, actually, as a streamer. Very good spec. I don't have that spec. Good advice, at least. Yeah. And the thing is, playing Harvest is fucking fun. He's not wrong about that. Okay. Oh shit. Imagine being Woody and going from fucking Judgment Paladin to Harvest Lich. That's... Imagine you're a Woody viewer, right? And you played Judgment because he played Judgment, and now you're gonna play Harvest. Like, holy... You know? That's gonna be... That's gonna be something, yeah. Okay, guys. Real talk here. Real talk. Who's ready to watch the PoE streamers stream hardcore, pick Lich, make their own build, and not even get to empowered? Man. Oh, just thinking about the clips, just thinking about the hate. Oh my god. Like, when is the 21 dropping? You know, content cinema, you know? It's gonna be great, actually. Especially because, you know, since most of them played Judgment last patch, let's be honest, Judgment is a build so strong that it just trivialized the game completely. So it's gonna be... Yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting to see who adapts, you know, and stuff. And I think we're gonna have a lot of deaths, and I don't know. I'm excited, basically. Good clips, you know. Uber Avaroth attempts are gonna be interesting this time around. Oh shit, filter. Okay, can someone tell Woody that Maxwell does the filters for you in like one click? I tried explaining to I typed it on his chat, but I don't think he saw my message. Oh man. You told him more than once? I mean, maybe he just likes doing it his own way. That's fine, you know. Okay, good passive tree, at least. Good passive tree so far. Okay items, actually. I don't know, the relic. It's very custom. That's okay. Okay, I mean, it's using meta items. Holy, you know? We don't talk about the boy res, okay? You've been on a mod vacation? Oh, he's at Gamescom, right? He's at Gamescom. Yeah, makes sense. Is he even gonna be able to play? Actually, he's gone, no? He might play... is he? Actually, he might not even be able to play. I mean, he likes last Epoch, so hopefully he plays. He was at Blizzard. Yeah, but then he goes to Gamescom, no? Like this week or something? Back on the 22. Okay. So he can play second day. It's funny. I was supposed to meet Woody in real life when I went to Gamescom with Maxwell, and it was, I think it's the only year he hasn't been. So we never met. Like, but I met some of the other, especially the old school members, you know, like Rob and like all those guys. Like, pretty interesting. It was fun. Should I practice Saber of Barons? I think you should practice the leveling Primalist build. If you want to play minions, play the Prime. I think Terek is going to try to get a Beastmaster leveling guide specifically because a lot of you don't want to respect. So the plan is to try to get that as early as possible because we know it's a priority for a lot of you. And, you know, leveling minions is so different to anything else that we might make an exception and just have a medium variant and be, hey, this is going to be a bit slower than the regular leveling, but if you want to do it, you know? And crows are really good leveling, but normally you level as shaman, normally when you do crows. So we'll probably have a shaman variant, which is more like meta and speedy, and we're going to have a Beastmaster version. I think I'm gonna play Lich, sit down, but I don't think it's particularly good. But YOLO, you know. Not bad. I mean, the tree is not bad. You should grab 1 point in bone armor, and especially in hardcore. But bro, is he gonna play Harvest first character? Dude, if Woody plays Harvest first character, it's gonna be absolute cinema. It's gonna be without Death Seal, because he has Death Seal right now on this video, and that's all his damage, you know. So MG or COF? He's cooked. Yeah, I think he's cooked. Yeah. I think COF is just more fun. Bane Mortal. I just like COF. Actually, I was talking with Justin because I did send him a message. Justin is one of the developers, and yesterday I went a bit. I mean, I had a bit of a mental breakdown about Death Seal. And I didn't realize how it actually worked. And I'm still pissed, but I was like you know, I was from a scale of like very slow, like very small rant to Path of Math. I was getting close, you know what I'm saying? So now I'm just like at a I went from a 9 out of 10 on the Path of Math scale to like a 3, you know? I'm still math, but I'm not gonna get banned, right? So I actually sent him a message and I was like, yeah, because I know he was watching the stream, and I said, I apologize, I don't know how to read. But he was actually listening, and he said that they're thinking, and maybe in the future, they might introduce the Dead Seal effect on a reduced version on Lich, which is what I was asking before the rework was even announced. What did I misunderstand? I didn't read this line, which is a pretty important line, and thanks to, once again, thanks to my it's the holy fuck, I mean, bro, like, I'm so cooked, what the fuck. I didn't read this line, thanks to, once again, thanks to Amun for letting me know this. He saved me. I wouldn't have, I literally wouldn't have opened up the skill, Amun, if you didn't message me the skill, but basically Dead Seal have this note, and this note says, you release a death wave when you cast Rip of a Bait. And it's like, well, but this is gonna be pretty shit, right? Because this is 3-second duration. How many times I'm gonna fucking Rip or a Bait? Like 2, you know? But then if you alt, it says that it works even if it's not active. So you know, you have the active component of Death Seal, which is the tankiness, but the actual death waves are always up, as long as you're dashing and reaping and stuff. So... Oh, Heavy? Oh, thank God. Well, Heavy, I think Heavy's on CT, so he probably knew. So yeah, I was, yeah. I mean, it's still a very big change of identity. I'm not super happy about it, but you know, I thought they cut their head and they only cut the dick. You can live without the dick, right? Like, you cannot live without your head, but you can live without your dick. It sucks, but we're alive. You know what I'm saying? Now, is it worth living? Now, you know, is it worth living? That is, you know, that is. Reaper looks so sexy. Dude, when you ask me what is your ideal woman, bro, look at this Reaper form. Look at how she moves her ass, bro. Are you watching? Look at this physics. Look at it. Look at it. Look. You cannot unsee it. You cannot unsee those hips. She's not as bootylicious. When she's normal, she's not bootylicious. But when she turns into Reaper, holy. No legs, though. I mean, as long as it goes as down as, like, here, you know, we're fine. It's fine. Okay, I'm completely cooked. Yeah, it's good. It's good to not lose your Reaper form. I'm gonna miss that. I hope Crafton brings both genders for every classes. Maybe MTX. It's. I think it's easy on MTX, no? $100. Hey, let's not get that excited, okay? This is gone, sadly. I wonder if... Yeah, it's old video, I guess. Wait. I guess it was programmed, right? He had it scheduled. And he didn't thought they would nerf something like this, like I did. So he had it scheduled, you know? It happens. For sure. I mean, if he's gone, you know, professional YouTubers do that, right? They do the, like... I'll respond to comments now. Professional YouTubers do that, right? They schedule releases or whatever the fuck. Makes sense. Smart. Alright, I mean, we have a lot of people here and I was having fun, but I promised to my girlfriend that I would finish before 10. Because she knows I'm gonna disappear before patch. Again, I appreciate you guys being here, and so we're gonna say hi to Tarek, for example. He's probably the fastest speedrunner we have, and he does the leveling guides for Maxroll. So any of you who had questions about leveling beast, leveling, all of those leveling questions, he's gonna be able to respond better than myself. So, and I don't know, he's a sweet guy, you know, he's working very hard to get the guides ready. No, keep in mind, he actually has the most work out of everyone, because he has to test all the leveling paths for every mastery to end up making one guide, right? Whereas like for the rest of us, we make one guide, we get paid one guide, you know, it's like very direct reward. So the amount of work he puts in retrospective, like again, give him a heads up, you know, give him a follow and stuff. He deserves it, you know, he's a good guy. So again, I'll be back tomorrow. And I hope you see you here. If you're not back, I know who you are. Okay, bye-bye.